NCUA, UMCU, where Detroit pride meets financial success. So the Jets have fired their GM, Joe Douglas.
That's funny. That's not how you say Aaron Rodgers.
And ESPN will break into live coverage and ask, how does it impact the Cowboys?
That's a great question. Yeah, will the I think what they're going to ask is, will they waive Aaron Rodgers so the Cowboys can pick him up for this stretch run?
Yeah, there's got to be some tie-in. Boy, that Aaron Rodgers thing has not worked out. And,
no?
And it was predictable. It was predictable. And I don't feel the least bit bad for them.
I don't either.
No, not our problem.
Should have just let them cook with what they were going with the Salah. I don't know if Zach Wilson would have developed or not, but
it's pretty funny to know that Zach Wilson had a better record there.
Yeah,
Sam Darnold,
he?
I think he had a better record. Like this Aaron Rodgers thing is flames, man.
Instead,
flames.
You gave away all types of draft capital. You spent all types of money bringing his guys in instead of just building something.
Let me get this right. Aaron Rodgers just fired the guy that went and got all the guys that Aaron Rodgers went and wanted him to go get.
That's right.
Okay. Making sure I got this. 248-539-9797. Open lines, talking a lot of Lions. Also brought up the Western Central game because, surprise, it's tonight. And I guess we know with Maction and everything, it's just always disappointing to see this game fall on a Tuesday night when even those of us that didn't grow up with Western Central being like on our radar necessarily, it got on our radar because it was one of those second-tier awesome sports traditions in our state. 248-539-9797. Charles in Waterford. What's up, Charles?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, I got a kind of a cool, kind of a sad story about the Central Western game. You guys are talking about, like, fan attendance and how many people you guys expect to be there.
Yep.
All right, so I was in the band at Central in, like, 2013 and 14. And we used to play a Black Friday game, which was terrible because everyone on campus would leave. And you would see less than 500 people in the stands. No joke. Well, there was this one Black Friday game where it was, -5 degrees outside and super snowy. So the whole band is there. None of our instruments work, right? And there's 0 people in the student section. There are 0 students there. Like halfway through the first quarter, 3 students show up. And at those games, every time there's a timeout or a commercial break or whatever, you got the guys running on the field doing promotions, throwing stuff into the crowd, giving stuff away. Well, these 3 students won every single promotional giveaway for the entire game. So one kid got free rent for the entire year.
Awesome.
One kid got free B-dubs for the entire year.
Awesome.
And one kid got free tropical smoothie for the entire year.
Awesome.
Once they stopped giving out the promotions to these 3 kids, they started throwing it to the band. So there's guys in the band that won like a 70-inch TV. Pretty much all the T-shirt cannons were going into the band. We're going nuts. None of our instruments work. The saxophone keys are frozen solid. We got spit like icicles on the end of the belt. It's basically useless that we're even there. But everybody is just going nuts because these 3 students who decided to show up, I mean, the free rent for the year,
that's amazing.
Unreal, right?
Yeah.
The free food works too. Did they, out of curiosity, did the football coach, did he do anything to acknowledge the fact that you guys stuck it out?
You kidding me? Do you remember the Enos years?
So Coach Enos did not.
I mean, how many shows did we do on those years, man? That was crazy, right?
Hey, Charles.
I feel like the only signs I saw about the football team around that time was fire Enos.
What did you guys do? If your instruments didn't work, did you just sit there?
I mean, what did me and my friends do? We brought a flask in and drank. But what did the rest of the band do? They were just doing trips back and forth to the bathroom to get their instruments under the heaters to try and warm them up. But it was a complete joke. I mean, we were supposed to play the halftime show, and it was our student section show where instead of facing the crowd, we turned and faced the end zone and faced the student section. But there was only 3 people there. So
it was like a private concert.
Right.
I wish there was a video of it because it was the most pathetic thing ever. But yeah, like I said, it was awesome for those 3 guys. I mean, they were going nuts.
You don't remember what year it was by chance, do you?
Yeah, I think it had to have been 2013. It was either 2013 or 2014, but I'm pretty sure it was 13.
All right. Do you remember who you were playing?
God, no.
Okay. Sorry.
But it was it was freezing cold and it was snowing. Like if
would it have been Eastern?
I don't know how.
Did you guys beat Eastern 42-10?
It's possible, yeah. And coincidentally, I think those were the Cooper Rush years with Titus Davis. Rest in peace.
Yeah, it was Cooper Rush. Yeah.
So like the team was probably one of the better teams we've had in the last 20 years.
Let me see if there's anything on YouTube. 2013 CMU EMU game. See if anything
was that the Black Friday game?
11/29. Yeah. Here we go. Highlights are available on YouTube. Snowing, I see, and this is.
You see the three students?
No, because it's highlights of the game. They have a kind of a wide shot to start the highlight package, but you can see some people. Which end zone was the students in? The right end zone or the left end zone? Or it's just the right end zone, right?
From the home stands, it would have been the right end zone.
Okay, yeah, you could see some. It looks like more than 3, but
yeah, I promise you, it was not.
Charles, thanks for the call.
Hey,
you know who the running back was for them in 2014? Ran for over 1,100 yards.
Rawls.
Yes,
it was
Thomas Rawls.
Yeah,
former Michigan.
Yeah, transferred from Michigan. Sweet.
It'd be awesome if they hand out those stat sheets and attendance said 3.
Paid attendance?
Right.
0.
I mean, yeah, there's a kick return here, and they go to a wide shot of that end zone.
Imagine how amazing it would be if you're one of those 3, though.
Oh,
Rent paid for the year.
Score.
Best game ever.
Buffalo Wild Wings and Tropical Smoothie Cafe for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, you'd be
and the band serenaded you.
And there's that.
248-539-9797. Rob, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rob.
Oh, hey, guys. I don't know if I'm going to follow up your last caller. That was pretty funny. But I was just wanting to get back on the Lions conversation. You know, I'm in Columbus, of all places. Never thought I'd say that. I'm just here for a couple days. But I have a Lions sweatshirt on, and 4 or 5 people. I was just at Costco getting my glasses fixed, and everyone's saying, go Lions, go Lions. So I'm like, there's the argument that we're not America's team. I mean, I'm in Columbus. So I don't know.
Wow.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what it is right now. It's not going to last if the Lions go on.
If they sustain it.
But if the Lions, if we get fortunate enough to get to the Super Bowl and they play a team like the Chiefs, I think the Lions will have plenty of people rooting for them.
Oh, it'll be everyone.
Yep.
Everyone hates the Chiefs right now.
It sure feels like it.
I hate him. I'm sick of that guy.
Yeah, well, it feels like the Chiefs are getting all the calls now.
And all that. It's awful.
I don't know if we caught that, but yes, thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
So when you're thinking about your garage doors, you probably don't think too much about the maintenance of them, but you really got to start thinking about them because the cold weather will wreak havoc on the garage doors. Springs, rollers, any of those moving parts, they can break when the temperature drops, and that's no bueno. Do what I did. Call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door today, and they're going to come out. They're going to help you maintain these garage doors. And, hey, if you're in the market for new garage doors, there's no better place to consider than Precision. I needed to get new garage doors. They came out. We explored all the options, and it was in no time that I had those garage doors installed because they have them at the warehouse. In some cases, they can get them installed in as little as 24 hours. So if you need new garage doors or some repairs, Precision is the place. Just give them a call at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We got to talk about something that happened last night in the Monday night game. In the meantime, discussing a variety of topics, including whether or not you're growing increasingly uncomfortable with all that is being said about the Detroit Lions, who are starting to look like a very authentic favorite to win the Super Bowl. Yes, it's one thing to get named the Vegas favorite, and that's very cool because it just confirms that they're really good. It doesn't really mean anything, but it confirms that they're really good, which I guess we kind of know by watching them with our eyes. But we also are now seeing them run away with all the power rankings. Number one in everybody's power rankings this week, which after feel like there were those that jumped early on Detroit and those that were just waiting for Kansas City to slip up. And that's what happened. And now Yahoo went so far as to say, and it's not even really close, they're writing their direct quote is there's a big gap between number one and number two. Are you uncomfortable with it? 248-539-9797. Some of the feedback we're getting from, let's see, this is regarding Western and Central from Vincent Dexter. Oh, I'm sorry. No, this is about the Lions. My bad. Vincent Dexter writes in, can't get too far ahead of ourselves. Just remember all those people purchased Vegas hotels and flights at halftime just for them to lose in the end. Just enjoy the belt-to-ass victory and focus on Kang's team next week. Oh, that's right. You got the Colts this year, don't you? Your long shot?
Yes, but I'm definitely rooting against the Colts.
Gotcha.
And by the way, they can both make the Super Bowl.
There you go.
Right?
Chin up.
Yeah.
From an unnamed texter regarding Western and Central, the local economies are getting hurt because of Maction. That's a big problem. I got a text here on my phone from Terry Foster. I wanted to call in about the Central and Western topic. I used to go every year when it was a Saturday game. No more. I won't even watch tonight out of protest.
Oh, my.
Mount Pleasant law enforcement squashed the end of the world parties years ago. Not an issue anymore. Lots of exams at colleges this week with finals 3 or 4 weeks out, so not good for a Tuesday night game. Writes an unnamed texter.
It's even worse.
From another unnamed texter, I'm not worried at all about the Lions being the favorite whatsoever. Been waiting too long for this. Last season got the nerves out. I expect them to win now every week.
I think we're becoming more and more comfortable each. Look, it's hard not to be more comfortable with what they look like on Sunday. Being comfortable with this team being an outstanding team, perhaps the best team in the National Football League, being the odds-on favorite to win the Super Bowl. I'm getting more comfortable with it. I'm still not entirely comfortable with it.
Yeah. Well, it's weird. You just don't want to look stupid. You don't want to get burned. But, I mean, I guess who really cares? So what? You get burned. How does that change your life? Let's go to Andrew in Walled Lake. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Andrew.
Hey guys, so I was I'm Spartan now, but I was a Bronco for about a year in 2022, and back then like it was a long time ago. Back then we had it snowed that whole weekend leading up to that game, and I know you guys went over the days. It was a Wednesday night game, and I know it was.
Oh, Andrew, are you there?
Andrew cut himself off.
I was really looking forward to seeing where this was going. Andrew, we'll see if you're still there. Can we check on Andrew? Let's go to Steve next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's up?
Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Yeah, I played at Western. I was a part of that rivalry from 88 to 91. And, it just thinks that it's, for any MAC rivalry game that happens, and there are not a ton of them now, but my freshman year, we won the MAC that year. We went to a bowl game at Western, and I think at the time we set the MAC all-time attendance record at Waldo Stadium. It was like 32,000 and change, and it's not certainly Big Ten or SEC, but it was unbelievable. And as a freshman, I got to play in the game. I lettered, and it was insane. And we played it on Saturday, and those games when I played were always in October as well. So you always had pretty good weather. They were played at 1 o'clock. And the interesting thing about Central's end of the world party, and things got crazy, certainly at Western as well, that year in 88, I think Kalamazoo and Western made the national news because they basically had burning cars and flipping couches and flipping cars and all that sort of thing at the Knollwood Apartments. So we kind of got a bad rap that year as a result of it. But it'd be nice if they get back to that. I'm not sure why they do it other than to fill, TV time on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
It pays huge bills for those Mid-American Conference athletic departments.
Yeah,
keeps them afloat is what it is. And I mean, I know we bring this topic. This topic comes up once a year, okay, and it comes up on the day the game is played. Last year, I remember doing a little research, and there was this proposal, if I recall correctly, to move some of their games to protect some of the rivalry games for the weekends. Because I can't imagine that ESPN is thinking to itself, if we park this rivalry game on a Tuesday night, we're going to get a huge number. I think the people that are watching Maction on a Tuesday, the two teams on the field do not matter. Who you bet on matters. Let's be honest here. Do you think people outside of the Midwest are tuning in for any of these games for any reason other than gambling?
No, unless they're an alumnus, yeah.
And so it's not like they're losing a big rating score by moving Central and Western to Saturday. So it'd be nice to see the Mid-American Conference be able to protect some rivalries, like Toledo Bowling Green, which I assume is a rivalry.
I was saying, like, what is the rivalry in Ohio?
Is it
they have
Ohio, Ohio U?
They have like 12 teams in the MAC here in Ohio.
Ohio U, Miami of Ohio. Is that I feel bad for Eastern. Is Eastern's like, hey, we go Eagles too, right? But I don't know who your rival really is.
I think they have two.
I think they have two.
Oh, that's sad.
Well, but I mean, does Western look at Eastern as a big rival, or is a Central?
I don't know. I can't speak on behalf of either of the fan bases.
No, it's true.
But I would imagine that there's some rivalry there.
I feel bad for Eastern because I imagine
they're decent this year.
Yeah, they've been decent for a few years. Chris Creighton's got it rolling over there, but I don't know what the record is. I thought I saw that they were doing pretty well.
It's got it rolling, do they? I don't know.
They're killing it. What are they? 500
rolling.
Oh, they're 2-4
in the conference.
Yeah.
What are they
they're
overall?
5-5 overall, man.
They are 5-5.
I think it hurts them because they're a commute school, kind of.
Yeah.
It's not a full blown like. Yeah.
Go to campus.
Yep.
Mount Pleasant or Kalamazoo.
I mean, they got the tower, Doug.
And it's a nice campus, but it's just in the shadow of the campus right next door, and that's in the shadow of Detroit. MAC rivalries every fan should know about. Miami of Ohio versus Ohio U. Ball State versus Northern Illinois. Central versus Western. Kent State versus Akron. Bowling Green versus Toledo. That according to the Sports Drop. So there you go.
Good to know.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Dante in New Baltimore. You're on 97. Want to take it. Hi, Dante.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
One thing I'm worried about. When we lost Hutchinson, there was like nervous, but obviously we proved that next man up, this team has depth. Something about Anzalone makes me nervous, and this is why. He's a product of Aaron Glenn. He came over with Aaron Glenn. He's the captain of the defense. Communication comes in through Anzalone. So when it comes to audibles on the offense, Anzalone is telling people where, if you watch, he's the maestro out there. He's moving people around. So we're not just going to miss Anzalone's physical presence. We're going to miss Anzalone's brain and how he reads the offense and the changes in the play or whatever. Yep. So whether Campbell can step up and be that man, be that guy, I think we're going to have a little bit of a growing pain in that in the next couple games, just the actual communication from the sideline. Because, as much as we were amazed what Anzalone turned into here, he's more than just a physical player out there. I mean, he's the maestro, So what are your thoughts?
Jack Campbell has worn the green dot before.
Yep.
He's filled in for Anzalone in that role other games, so it's not completely foreign to him. And Jack Campbell is developing into a really, really nice player. I'm going to try to keep my cohort here at bay a little bit before he gets overzealous about Jack Campbell. But Jack Campbell's had a pretty good sophomore season here in the NFL. Is he as polished as Anzalone? Absolutely not. But does he have a high ceiling? He still has a very high ceiling. My concern is that when you move Jack Campbell to the Anzalone role, Malcolm Rodriguez is just coming back from injury. Is Malcolm Rodriguez going to be good enough in the Jack Campbell role?
Do you think they'll drop James Houston back to linebacker?
No.
considering? No.
I think because he's not that type of player.
They did do something that's really interesting, and that
But
is
he has
this.
dropped into coverage a number of times.
He has. This addition of David Long is really, I'm curious about it. Because his career arc took a weird turn.
It did take a weird
And I want to get into
captain?
Yeah.
Like this year.
Yeah.
And now he's a Lion.
And was making plays and got cut. And now he's a Lion. I want to get into that a little bit today at 11. Well, no, we'll do it at 108 because we promised
time.
108.
Yeah.
Well, 102 we were going to do the Monday night game because that was strange things were afoot in Dallas. It led to one of my favorite quotes of the weekend. We will get to that coming up next here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, picture this. You're on your way to a football game, and reports surface that sheet metal is falling from the roof. So yesterday, the Cowboys decided to open up the roof for the first time in 2 years. And when they ran a test on it before the game, I guess maybe it wasn't even a test, they went to open it. 2 pieces of debris fell. One looked like about a 10-foot by 3-foot piece of sheet metal. Came down from the roof.
Kind of feathered down.
Yeah. The other one fell, but got caught up there somewhere. And they had to eventually bolt it down. They had to bolt the thing down to make sure it wouldn't fall during the game. They proceeded to close the roof. After the game, Jerry Jones was asked about it. Here's Jerry's quote. Got a lot of wind gusts in this area this afternoon, and apparently that created some looseness up there. And then when we did try to open it up, the wind got in there and it exacerbated the looseness.
What happened was it got really windy. That's what happens out there in Texas. And it loosened up some things up there, exacerbated looseness, and we had to just leave it shut. We wanted to open it up, but we had to leave it shut because of the looseness.
Because of the looseness. It was a case of looseness exacerbation.
Yes.
How would you feel headed to that game? Like if you were ever on the way to a game going, and you heard this news, and you're outside the stadium, and you're in line to park in the parking lot, you got your $95 parking pass, and you're going to pull in and make your 3/4 of a mile walk up to Jerry World, and you hear that there's pieces of sheet metal falling from the ceiling, are you just like, this team's 3-7. What am I doing?
Right. Exactly. Why am I spending $200 on a ticket to see this crap?
What am I doing?
Sure. I think some people are like, you know what? If I got hit by some of that sheet metal, I could sue the billionaire. I could own the Cowboys.
I could get my rent paid for a year.
I could trade for Aaron Rodgers. I could finally get some headlines from my team.
I get tropical smoothie for a year.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Give me a T-shirt.
So anyway, there you go. That is the latest on the Cowboys. Pieces of the stadium are now falling off. They're going to have to inspect the whole thing now, right?
You would think.
Yeah.
Well, if the looseness was exacerbated, you better inspect every square inch up there.
Yep. So there you go. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Conrad. You're next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Conrad.
How you doing, guys?
All right.
So I just wanted to let you know I went to Central from 80 to 84, and the end of the world party, when I went at least, was the Thursday in May when exams ended. It was never, when I went there, it was never there for Western Central weekend.
Were they two different? Was there Mayfest and then the end of the world party? Were they two different things?
No, they were two different things. Mayfest was held when I was younger there in the early 80s. It was at Salt River Acres, east of Mount Pleasant, and then it moved to the fairgrounds. And End of the World Party was on the street that headed into downtown Mount Pleasant between campus and downtown, and it got progressively harder to get in. They kept shutting campus down and shutting down that area. And eventually it got where afternoon you had to prove that you were a resident of that area before they'd even let you in.
Suffice it to say, though, that the weekend of Central and Western, though, whether it was played in Mount Pleasant or in Kalamazoo, it brought a party with it, even if it wasn't the end of the world party. Yeah, it was just a massive atmosphere. And I feel like that atmosphere isn't there anymore because they're parking it on a Tuesday night.
Yes, and that's true. One year we went to Western, and my buddy's house was called a zoo, and we went to a party where we played quarter bounce with Jack Daniels. And the next morning I woke up, and I was nowhere near where I needed to be, and half the people I talked to had no idea where the zoo was. So I walked aimlessly for a long time before I found my way back to my buddy's house. So,
well, many have been there. 248-539-9797. I mean, these stories of drunken debauchery are funny, but they're also kind of scary. And I could see why schools and municipalities would want to shut it down. But God, there has to be a happy medium. Has to be a happy medium, doesn't there?
You would hope.
248-539-9797. All right, I wanted to get into this David Long thing. So, weird career arc here. He started 6 games this year for the Dolphins. He was named a captain. His tackle totals in the 6 games were 8, 11, 2, 4, 4, and 9. So he was making tackles in the middle of an NFL defense. And then he lost his job. They decided to bench him in favor of Anthony Walker down there. Anthony Walker goes in and starts the last few games. David Long plays a couple games on special teams and then gets waived. And I was like, is there more to this story? The Sun Sentinel of Miami had a headline called it a stunning cut. So he got waived a couple weeks ago and was still on the street when the Lions called. Now, given that he may not be, like his last year in Tennessee, I think he started all 17 games and led them in tackles. He's only 28 years old. I guess I wouldn't expect to get a player that was deemed starting quality this year off the street to come in when you have an injury like they had to Alex Anzalone. And I also, the fact that he's a captain tells that he was respected. He was respected by teammates and the organization.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the hell this is, but I'm glad the Lions are here for it. His last 3 full seasons, not even fun. He had, in 2021, he only played 10 games with Tennessee, but had 75 tackles. The next year he played 12 games, had 86 tackles. Last year with Miami in 17 games, 113 tackles. And then, as you mentioned, this year, 38 tackles in the 8 games.
Okay, I'm sorry. Then he led Miami in tackles last year.
Miami
it wasn't
tackles,
Tennessee.
Yeah.
Okay,
but he's a guy that is excellent against the run. He's a little diminutive in stature. He's only 5'11", 227, which I think might complement what they need coming up. When you talk about, when we've mentioned all the quarterbacks that have the ability to take off and go, and particularly the next couple games, look, I don't know if David Long's going to suit up on Sunday or if he even suits up on Thanksgiving Day against the Bears. But if he were to, you might feel better that he's out there because he can chase those guys down.
This is a real curious signing. And I'm not convinced. Like when you get a guy off the street, I think it's a long shot that he's going to play, except when the Lions do it now. Because they seem to find now, the Lions, for instance, got 2 wide receivers off the street this year. One is Tim Patrick, who's kind of in the regular rotation as that like 4th receiver guy. And the other is Allen Robinson. I kind of expect David Long to be more like Tim Patrick than Allen Robinson as far as snap counts.
I think it's just circumstance that got the Lions David Long because the Anzalone injury just happens at the same time. Without Anzalone getting injured, I don't think they go get David Long. And I think that, let's be honest, none of us followed the Miami Dolphins football that closely, like on a day-by-day basis, weekly basis, right?
Nope.
There's a reason why this guy was cut, okay? Or there's a reason why he was benched before he was cut.
Do we know what it is?
He wasn't playing as well. And I'm actually sitting next to, Paul Serra's screening calls for us today, and he's a big Dolphins fan. We call him Mr. 305 here at the station, right? He told me that he honestly just was not playing well anymore. And the Dolphins are 4-6. They're still trying to make the playoffs. They wouldn't just cut a good player for no reason. They elevated Walker to take his spot. David Long went unclaimed in waivers. That's how the Lions even got him. And I don't know what David Long's going to be here. Maybe he is productive. Maybe he suits up one day. I don't know. Or maybe he doesn't. But I think that it's probably more the latter, like Zach Ertz. You know what I mean? Or like I know, Gator, you thought maybe Ertz might do something for the Lions. I don't think he ever even put on a uniform, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
So, but yeah, listen, I'm with you, Doug. Holmes everything he touches seems to turn to gold. But I'm not going to say like This is the next, great move.
When he got cut by the Dolphins, they were 2-6. And it makes me wonder a little bit if they might have been 3-6, but the timing, I got to go look at the timing of this. If he comes to Detroit, is this just like what Detroit has been for everybody? Like, I can't believe I'm here. And he gets a career rejuvenation.
Well, but he's, like I said earlier, he against the run, he grades out very well, whether it's Pro Football Focus or it's just people talking about him as a run stuffer. He grades out very well. Against the pass, that's different.
Yeah,
he's not as good. I'm looking at some article from the Miami Herald, which said he struggled against the pass. Long had a coverage grade of 39.2, according to Pro Football Focus, and got particularly gashed against the Cardinals, allowing receivers to catch all 8 of their targets for 93 yards. The Cardinal game was the one where the Dolphins said, that's enough.
Okay.
And you got to go. And so was it knee jerk? It may have been. I don't know how much of a factor he really will be for the Lions, but
I don't either, but it seems like
it's having another healthy body added to this linebacking core that actually has pretty good experience.
It seems to me like a really good risk worth taking.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. Certainly when you sign a guy off the street, there's no downside. But you start thinking about a guy that started games this year is not the quality of player I would expect to be able to get off waivers, but they got him. They will see if there's anything left. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. Jared Goff, 130-97-1, the ticket. Hey, your favorite Twin Peaks lodges, they're rolling out a new promotion. Ladies' Night, Tuesdays. All day, every week. They're now your destination of choice for all our female sports fans out there. 20% off all food, $4 Happy Dad seltzers, twisted teas, mimosas, sangrias, house margaritas, and Long Island's, $5 lemon drop martinis, tea shots, and 10-ounce draft ciders. And if you're looking to have some fun, check out their mimosa flights and buckets of bubbly. Perfect deals for your favorite hockey or basketball action with their awesome happy hour. Why do you want to go anywhere else? Because there isn't a better atmosphere, apart from being at actual games, in the state. Live DJs, giveaways, perfect viewing with wall-to-wall TVs, and the coldest 29-degree beer, and best bar food in the state. Forget about the scratch kitchen, combined with frozen beer, a extensive craft cocktail list, and the beautiful Twin Peaks girls, gives you the best man cave experience around. Make sure you're there Sunday to see the difference. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. It exacerbated the looseness.
That's right.
I'm not sure Jerry is really familiar with the engineering terms.
I don't know. I think that I heard that same phrasing for my prep work with colonoscopies. Take the Dulcolax. Take 2 of them. It'll exacerbate the looseness. Thank you.
I thought that was what Skywalker did to the Death Star. Sent one down that pipe and exacerbated the looseness.
That he did. Yeah. That he did. Perfect shot.
Exacerbated the looseness. 248-539-9797. Jacob, you're next. What's up, Jacob?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, so I was just, thinking about the Super Bowl odds you guys are talking about. The way I look at it is the same way that I'm sure most college football fans look at Ohio State's odds every year. They mean absolutely nothing if you don't get the job done. We got big road tests like, the Bears, and we got home tests against the Bills, Packers. And those tests are like Ohio State rolling up to Ann Arbor and crapping the bed. So that's how I look at it. I'm in the same boat as Jared Goff. And as Gator says, you take one game at a time. So
that's right. That's how we work it.
Yeah.
One game at a time.
Don't mind the shots being taken at Ohio State. Not sure I quite caught it, but yeah, the odds don't mean anything. It's interesting. It's some sort of affirmation, whether you need it or not. It tells you that it's not just us looking at things through Honolulu blue glasses, that there's a ton of respect around the country for this team. Ton of it. And it's good to see. From an unnamed texter, Larry writes in, I'm still concerned. I compare it to Pavlov's dog. We've been conditioned for so many years to expect the worst that it's difficult for me to buy into how good they really are. Okay? This Lions run is most like the 95-97 with the Wings, where they hadn't won a cup in forever, and we were all petrified they couldn't get over the top and win the cup with president's trophies and accolades we received during that period.
That's true. They got the Stanley Cup in 95, got swept, then lost in the conference finals in 96 to Colorado with the Draper incident and all that. And then 97, they made some changes and win the Stanley Cup, and the dynasty began.
Next text. My greatest fear is exactly what happened to the Eagles last year. 10-1 to start, and they looked unbeatable. Then they fell off an absolute cliff. I truly don't think that will happen because of the way this team is built and the culture, but still a fear in the back of my mind.
Well, if you go back, wasn't that kind of fool's gold how Philly was winning games earlier in the year?
So, yeah, I mean, look, the Philly team was 10-1, but they didn't look this good. But they were also 10-1, then didn't win their division, and they were one and done in the playoffs, which was pretty surprising. I mean, that whole Philly fall last year was one that I talked about earlier this year, but apparently it is. I don't think their fans were as confident and their media was confident in that team as everybody seems to be in this Lions team.
No, I mean the scoring differential is amazing what the Lions have done this year.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know if it's on record pace or not, but it feels like it should be the way that they're just annihilating teams.
Well, record pace. I mean, I think that guy called yesterday said they were on record to have on pace to have the 6th best scoring pace of all time. So,
and you go back and look at the Eagles from last year, a lot of one-score games in that 10-1 start.
Yep. In the meantime, Red Wings lose last night to the Sharks 5-4. I feel like we are very close to having some uncomfortable conversations about this team and about the coach and maybe above the coach. And look, we're pretty patient here at 10-2. I think we are probably more patient than most, and call it what you will. It's just who we are. But Scott, this is not particularly encouraging at this point.
No, it's not. And I think it's 18 games at this point. The penalty kill has been horrible, absolutely atrocious this year. I think it's like 67%. something like that, 68%, whatever. It's not good. The power play's been outstanding, but in between you've got even strength, and they're not scoring a ton of goals at even strength. This team is not scoring enough goals. They're not taking enough shots. They're not getting enough shots. I don't want to be shoot the puck guy, and we know how annoying that can be. But I mean, there's something to it that they're not shooting the puck. They're getting outshot every game by a wide margin. They take on the Sharks last night, who are equally as inept as taking shots in games, and the Sharks outshot them by like 14 in the game. It's a road trip that ends up 0-3. You had leads in a couple of the games. You had a lead in the game last night a couple different times, and then you end up losing it, and then you had to play catch up. They tied it at 4, go to overtime and lose. It's a transition here, and you're looking at some new players getting their feet wet. We're seeing Berggren here full time, Casper here full time. Some of that's paying some dividends. New player like Tarasenko is. I don't think it's worked out the way that they wanted it to, but it's a lot slower than expected. The top line isn't scoring as much as I think you'd hoped, and on defense, it's a work in progress with outside of the top pair, and it's a struggle at times. They're not getting the consistent goaltending. It's a lot. And at some point, you say the sample size goes from being it's too small to being no, it's getting to the point where it's a large enough size where you can start making some judgments. And do you need to make some changes? And at 18 games, I think we're getting really close to that mark. I don't know how much longer you wait. Do you wait to 25 games? Is there a point? Is there a specific game in the schedule you see? Oh, the road
we've
trip's
entered
done.
that territory.
And I think we're starting to get there. But you point the finger of blame. You can look at the coach. That's an easy way to go. The harder look is looking at the GM, because he's the one that's assembled this talent and taking the chance that, okay, we just lost a lot of goals from last year. Guys you didn't bring back for a variety of reasons. Some you had to let go and some you chose to. And there were 70-something goals last year that you lost because of it. It's hard to make that up. And I've got a little bit of grace for that. But on the defensive side, I thought this team was going to be a lot better defensively than what they've shown so far. I thought there'd be more consistency with the goaltending, and it hasn't been there. But the obvious places to fix the team are with the penalty kill and the overall defense, and I'm not sure how much longer you go with that.
Let's go to Shane in Oxford, ER97. Want a ticket? Hi, Shane.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Okay.
Good. Just a quick question. I don't know. I haven't done my research, but is Gerard Gallant still available? Is he still out there?
I believe so.
I don't know. I feel like maybe give Steve one more hire, and if it goes wrong the next time, then I guess we have to look at replacing Stevie. But I would love to see Gallant here with this young group and see what he can do.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think everything's on the table. If it's not on the table already, it'll be on the table soon.
Yeah, and Gallant I believe, is available to coach. And I expected that the Gallant call was going to call. Yeah. That'd be the first one that people go to. Obviously played here with the Red Wings for a number of years. And as a head coach, he's coached at a bunch of different places. And he's been winning at all these places and yet doesn't hang on to a job for long, which I'm concerned about why that is. But nonetheless, he played on the wing for Steve Eisman back in the 80s with those teams.
Jared Goff, quarterback of the Lions. What does he think of all the hype and the Super Bowl talk? Hear what he has to say next. You're on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, it's so great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways. It's just like the great team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every deal. The deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield are absolutely unbeatable. You start with the Equinox EV. It's only $154 a month. The Blazer EV is just $174 a month. The Chevy Blazer, it's only $367 a month. And all these unbeatable payments are with just $999 down. And that's taxes and fees included because there are no games and there are no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for the customers. You need more money for your trade-in? Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. That's right. Huge money for your trade. Up to $2,000 more. And if you're paying too much for service only to feel like you're left in the cheap seats, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line because service is open every Saturday. They got free loaner vehicles available. No appointments are necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, located at 696 and Telegraph. Check them out, sarahchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Gator, you can't say enough about how well this guy's playing. I mean, it's remarkable how good he is. And the one guy called earlier in the show and talked about one of the Fox talking heads that I don't even want to give oxygen to.
You're right. I don't.
I think that is a commitment. You make a commitment. I think what happens sometimes in our business is you make a commitment to a take, and then you dig in deeper and deeper and deeper. And I think Jared Goff it's a lot easier and probably a lot more wise and a lot of us have done it here in Detroit, is just say, I was wrong.
Well, that's why when you hear that term like game manager that gets thrown out sometimes, that it can be taken as insulting, because what you're not recognizing is the true greatness that's going on. Jared Goff is not blowing you away by throwing for 3 touchdown passes every game. All right, he's got 20 in 10 games. 2 a game's nice, but over the course of his season, it's 34, which is it's good.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not, getting in that 40 territory or anywhere near the 50 territory. He's throwing for about 245 yards a game. That's great. The other guy's going to throw for more yards. They're going to have well into the 4,000s. He's likely to settle in around 4,000, somewhere there. It's fine. They're not eye-popping numbers. What's eye-popping is his efficiency, is he's completing 73% of his passes. That the game, if you take out the Houston game, it's 75% of his passes. His overall quarterback efficiency rating is 112. If you take out the Houston game, it's 122. He's been incredibly efficient, and you and I talk about it all the time, and I think you brought it up first. It's about his ability to process the game and do it as quickly as he can, and that leads to the efficiency. So he's not locked in on one guy like a rookie quarterback would be. He's not only looking at his first and second option, he knows where everybody's supposed to be. So if he has to, okay, one's not there, two's not there. Well, I know that my check down eventually is going to be throwing it to my left, so I'll just turn and do that because that's going to be there. And he does, and it works. And the way it worked on Sunday was flawless. And they made no mistakes, in very few mistakes. I'm sure there were some mistakes that go through in film. They're like, oh, we could have done this, could have done that. But
Dan Campbell's answer to that question this morning was hysterical. We could have scored quicker.
I mean, yeah. 7 straight drives with touchdowns. And then the 8th drive was a field goal with the backup quarterback and backup players in there for the most part, as much as they could do.
Yeah.
He's been fantastic, and I don't see any reason why you would see him start to regress.
Straight ahead in the morning show, Dan Campbell was asked about when do you pull the starters. His response was rather emphatic, how he makes that decision. You'll hear what he had to say today at 1:49 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1.
If you want a great experience with customer service, look no further than Precision Garage Door. Look, if you want somebody to come out and help you with an issue that you have, like perhaps your garage doors, give them a call, or even better yet, how about log on to their webpage at precisiondoormi.com. That way you can set up your appointment on your schedule. You're not beholden to them, and they give you some kind of 6 or 8 hour window. That's not how it works with Precision. They want to work with you. That's customer service. That's amazing. And when the time comes to get into garage doors and new garage doors, they're the ones to call because they offer same-day service. So your garage can be back to new in no time. I've worked with Daryl's crew. They're amazing, and they have garage doors that are in stock at their warehouse that can install a new door for you in as little as 24 hours. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule an appointment online like I talked about at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing well. Look, it's funny because we get these guys on Tuesdays, right? We get Jared Goff on Tuesdays. The morning show gets Dan Campbell. And a lot of times, by the time they get around to talking to us, they've answered a bunch of these questions. They've answered them post-game. They've answered them on Monday. And so, we always try and think of, all right, our audience probably doesn't, not everybody in our audience hears all these answers. So there's certain questions we want asked and things we want talked about. And I think by the time Dan Campbell got to the morning show, he knows how the game is played. He understands it. I think he'd probably just a little bit, had enough of being asked about when do you take the starters out. Because remember, it came up post-game, and then he circled back and re-answered it at a latter portion of the press conference.
Yeah, because it seemed like a rambling response to it, like he wasn't prepared for the question, and he wanted to give a good answer, and then the answer he gave was still bothering him because he was like, it almost as if it's not really what I wanted to say, and then comes back to it 30 seconds later and said, wait, let me finish this. And then finished off with a response that he liked.
Yeah. So anyway, the guys in the morning show brought it up again. So my guess is this was Sunday. He mentioned it twice, again on Monday, and here he goes with Tuesday morning. And I guess he got a little emphatic near the end.
Well, I mean, when you put it into context right there, because what happened was they start their seventh touchdown drive. God, it sounds obscene. Their seventh touchdown drive. They start that late in the third quarter, right? Yeah. Then the quarter ends. They're still driving, and here's the fourth quarter, and you're going to finish off the drive. And then they brought in the guys after they're finishing off that drive. Then they bring in Hendon Hooker and the rest of the guys, from that point on. I understand that. It seems like even in college, when teams get up big, they're generally not taking guys out in the third quarter. It's the fourth quarter. So it's effectively what they did. It's just that their final drive with those guys bled into the fourth quarter because of, when it started. I don't think people are as feisty about this as maybe he sounded, and I don't think he's as feisty about it as he sounded either.
I think maybe it's just, all right, yeah, this is the way I am. Remember last year when the fourth down thing was getting everybody all worked up because he was breaking the rules and doing things other coaches won't do, and now it feels like more coaches are trying it. I wondered last night when Dallas tried that pathetic fake punt where they not only didn't get the first down, they got their guy killed, and it was their second blown fake punt in 3 weeks. And Fox put that graphic up, and I don't have the exact numbers, but there have been since Dan Campbell took over as the head coach of the Lions, there have been 39 fake punts run, 11 by the Lions, and 28 by the rest of the league. And the rest of the league was 10 of 28, and the Lions were 9 of 11. So the Lions have run about a quarter of the fake punts. It was about an 80% success rate. The rest of the league,
not so much,
had run the other 75%. The other 31 teams had run the other 28 fake punts, and they were at about 33%. And so I see Dallas and McCarthy last night run a fake punt, and I'm just going, is this, hey, Dan Campbell does it, I'm going to try it?
Well, it's maybe it's part of that. It's also they've got to do something to get a spark going in Dallas because they've just been pathetic this season. They hadn't won at home. They're trying to do anything to win a game. I thought it was interesting that Trey Lance never got into the game, right? They kept Cooper Rush play the whole game.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what they're going with, and that's what they're going to do. And Jerry Jones afterwards, even he's like, yeah, look, we're going to, we're still fighting. It's not over. Backs against the wall time. Like, okay, you say whatever it is you got to say. But in relation for the Lions, I think people are always going to complain about something.
Yep.
And, I'll admit, watching the game from the press box up there, when you're just watching the score, it's 42-3. And your defense has done such a great job, and Ansel only got hurt before the end of the first half. So you played the entire third quarter, kept your foot on their throat defensively and offensively. Look, I'm not crucifying Omer. Could you have taken a guy out when you got the 42nd point? You could have. And then you go with it. But Hooker starts that last drive in the third quarter. I mean, it doesn't mean too much. And again, it's not something I don't think it's worth getting all hot and bothered about.
No, and I mean, I guess I sidetracked myself a little bit. When he was going for the fourth downs all the time, but they were winning, I'm like, I think he's setting a tone, and I think his team responds to it. Get used to it and deal with it because it's just probably the way it's going to be. And it's the same thing with when he leads the players in. And I don't think it is a federal case, no. Rico Beard has made his way in studio. Hello, Rico.
Gentlemen.
How are you?
Good.
Good? All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Anything
What are you guys arguing about?
Oh, no.
I don't like how mommy and daddy argue.
No, we were just talking
arguing
about Dan Campbell's response to the morning show about taking starters out, and he emphatically at the end said, "If you want me to do this or you want me to do that, I'm never going to do that." So,
never take guys out in the third quarter.
No, I mean, I think I was with a lot of people where it's like, okay, you start thinking, what's the worst that could happen? And you go down that list, and you don't want to have to, hey, Dan, why did you have your guy in the game and you were up 30-some points, and you got to explain that. But I get it. But, if I'm him, I want to continue to build on the depth. And, Hendon Hooker would have been in that game a long time ago. Just get a meaningful snap, not just turn around and hand the ball off, but let me see if we need you in a game or two or a situation.
He did throw the ball 4 times in a game. He had they had one drive, and then they had the kneel downs at the end. And you got the drive that starts late in the third quarter when they're up 42-3, and they kept those guys in to finish the drive rather than changing over just because it's the fourth quarter. I thought maybe they might change things up because it is the fourth quarter, but in the middle of the drive, keep the continuity, keep the pressure on, keep the foot on the pedal, whatever you want to say.
But then the beauty of it is, you know what? Dan Campbell needs to keep doing Dan Campbell like that.
Yeah,
so you know what? I don't expect you to change all of a sudden. Don't become that guy who all of a sudden becomes rich and becomes a jerk. Just be yourself. Be who you are.
All right. Look forward to your show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Lions fans, listen up. UMCU, the official credit union of the Detroit Lions, is celebrating its partnership with our city's gridiron heroes, including Jameer Gibbs, Brian Branch, and Terrion Arnold. And they got something amazing just for you, introducing the Detroit Lions Black Debit Card. Hey, it's Doug, those black uniforms. Everybody loves them. And now you can get a debit card that matches them. It's designed for the true Lions fan who lives for every touchdown and every victory. With the Lions rocking those sleek new black unis, you can match that energy with the exclusive debit card only through UMCU. Ready to rep the pride? Becoming a UMCU member is quick and easy. I did it. Choose a Lions Black debit card or select from one of 3 other bold designs. Either way, you'll be carrying your Lions passion everywhere you go. UMCU has been a trusted partner in our community for over 70 years, and now you can join the winning team. Visit umcu.org today for details and get ready to show off your Lions spirit. Some restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA, UMCU, where Detroit pride meets financial success.
It was a night of back-to-back losses for Detroit sports last night. Pistons fall to 7-9 on the season following a 122-112 loss to the Bulls. Meanwhile, the Red Wings fall to the same record of 7-9, make it 7-9-2 counting OT losses. They suffer their second overtime loss of the season as the Sharks pull off a 5-4 victory. Dylan Larkin sharing his thoughts after the game. Now tied with Columbus and Montreal at 16 points, Detroit is at the bottom of the Eastern Conference, only Chicago having a worse point total in the NHL. Major League Baseball Awards Week continues. Last night, Rookie of the Year awards handed out. Paul Skeens, as expected, won the award for the NL. Meanwhile, Luis Yeel just barely edging out Colton Cowser in the American League, becoming the 10th Yankee in history to win those honors. You gotta love it, Valeni. 2 awards could likely be headed to the Tigers organization as A.J. Hinch, he is up for Manager of the Year. Tarek Skubal, arguably the odds-on favorite to win Cy Young. Manager of the Year will be announced tonight. Cy Young will be issued tomorrow. Finally, following the injury to Alex Anzalone, Lions respond by signing 28-year-old linebacker David Long to the practice squad. Former Titan turned Dolphin led Miami in tackles last season with 113. He was released by the Dolphins earlier this season after being moved to the special teams unit. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
Yeah, no, none of that. Hi, everybody. So we're going to have some fun today. And by fun, I mean misery. I want to play a numbers game with you. And whether you enjoy the show, hate the show, love to hate the show, hate to love the show, it doesn't really matter. I don't care if you think I have the hockey knowledge of a doorknob. Here's the things we know after the Wings lost to San Jose last night. Rico, do you know what the numbers 10-6-3 mean sequentially?
I do.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Those would be your shots on goal by period. 10-6-3. How about more numbers? 16. That's both the number of teams in the Eastern Conference and your placing in said Eastern Conference by points. More numbers. 30th. That's right. That's your place in the league. 30th out of 32 teams in point total at essentially the quarter pole in year 6 of the rebuild. So, all the Yzerman crumbums, come on and defend your boy. Now we get to have some fun. See, I'm not going to tell you how I feel because it doesn't matter. I'm not up here like Don Cherry in a fancy little blazer. I don't have a poppy on. Oh, and I didn't grow up playing the game in a stupid beer league. So here's the deal. The hockey elite, you explain it. You tell me how to feel. I just want to be a member of the American public today, where I'm told what to think. Tell me what to think about the Yzer plan. And if this is just going to be a sea of people demanding that they fire Derek Lalonde, I will tell you, you are not looking at the bigger picture. The bigger picture is, how about the guy shopping for the groceries? Can we at least acknowledge that may be a problem? I mean, in the end, guys, if the goal was, hey, we're going to rebuild and by year 6 or 7 make the playoffs, that's fine. If you told me the day Yzerman was hired that it would be year 6, we'd be dead last in the East at the quarter pole as we approach Thanksgiving, and frankly, having the number 1 pick in the draft looks more certain than making the playoffs, and that I wouldn't be able to talk about the words Stanley and Cup in the same sentence by year 7, I would have said there's no way. It had to be a failure. Did he get hit by a bus? What happened? So I want to hear from the people. You tell me. It's your team. You protect this guy, this organization, as the Canadians like to say.
You protect the sweater, as the Canadians like to say. Go ahead. Go ahead, just please. I need you. Help me help you. As the Wings lose another embarrassing game. And you needed a power play goal late and deep into the third period at like the 17:48 mark to even get to overtime. So here's what I need from you. Tell me where you're at. You don't care where I'm at. Mm-hmm. You don't even like my opinion about your hockey team. And hell, there are some people in this town, they're offended on surface. See, I think that what is more honest, Rico, as we sit here today, and I learned that at one point you were a nude car model. More on that later. I want to know what is more honest. Identifying criticism
or what you just said.
No. Identifying criticism or making excuses for failure. Like criticizing the failure or making excuses for the failure. What's more honest?
Criticizing the failure.
Okay, so then why are we vilified? Why do I have to listen to endless excuses?
Okay. Rhetorical question, I'm sure.
Go ahead.
You know why you're being vilified and why people are vilified. If Steve Yzerman's name was Steven Johnson, Steven Smith,
okay,
you wouldn't get this amount of backlash. But when people see Steve Yzerman, they still remember the glory days, the captain, him holding the cup, him skating around the Joe, and they can't separate the two.
Grow up.
So you're allowing him to make more and more mistakes. You're giving him another gear. Just wait because you're wrapped up in nostalgia.
You wait because this is like waiting at a bar. And you've already waited in line for 45 minutes and you go, well, I can't leave now. No, it's a sunk cost.
Yeah.
So here's the deal. I don't care. I'm not saying the F word. I'm saying, tell me how to feel in year 6 of this.
Yeah.
And the team blows. Yeah. They're not fun to watch. They don't create shots. The shots they do create don't go in. They're not good, metrically speaking. Even a dunce cap like me looks and sees 30th, 32nd, 28th, 30th, 29th, 30th, 31st, 29th. They do nothing well. Mm-hmm. So tell me how to feel.
Still playing roulette with the goalies. Lost 5 out of 6 games.
Tell me.
I know it upset Kenny.
Kenny, what do you have to say?
Excellent introduction, Mike. I appreciate that.
Paul Sarah liked it. Oh, by the way, David's on jury duty today.
Congratulations, David. He is actually very excited about that. But to me, you can't beat the Ducks. You can't beat the Sharks. You had never had a shot against the Kings. I put this all in the show sheet. Guys, this road trip, I was like, you need to get 2 out of 3 of these games. The Ducks stink. The Sharks stink. And if one of them's a stinker, I can live with one of those games being a stinker. They were all stinkers. They put up, I think they were outshot by the Kings 41 to like 15. There was a period that they only had 1 shot. And the thing last night, the thing this team does well, to answer your question of what does this team do well, it's supposed to be the power play. The power play ranks pretty decently in the NHL. They couldn't score when they needed to. Everything about last night bothered me because it was a microcosm of everything wrong with this team, whether it was the defense, whether it was the forward group. You have one good forward line. The Tarasenko signing has been a disaster. This whole thing has been a disaster.
Oh, but Stevie doesn't want to hand out term, Kenny.
Well, that's the thing, too, is you talk to people online, you talk to crumb bums, ticket texters, callers, whoever you want to talk to, they're all going to say the same thing. They're all going to be, oh, well, what are you pressing the panic button for so quickly? Why are you so upset? Why? Because it's year 6. When are we allowed to have expectations? You tell me when I'm allowed to be upset.
That's why I did the topic the way I did. I'm not saying anything. You can't blame me. I've said nothing. You tell me how to feel. Here, when it comes to hockey, I'm an ignoramus. Go ahead. Tell me how to feel. Edumacate me. Because all I know is there's no rebuild in sports that in year 6 you can be in last place and prime your pump over it. Mm-hmm. I don't want to hear it. And don't do the whataboutism. I'm not expecting a Stanley Cup this year. I didn't expect one last year. Making the playoffs in hockey is the equivalent of relieving yourself and not hitting the bowl. It's not hard. You're an adult.
We saw a team like LA fall ass backwards, fail, and then start again, they're in second place in the West, I think, right now, or at least in their division.
And they got the helmets you hate.
Those doorknob helmets, don't even get me started. Those shiny chrome. You know what? Get myself in trouble.
248-539-9797. So tell us, as the Red Wings sit right now, they're bottom of the East. As the Red Wings sit right now, metrically, they are, by definition, a terrible hockey team. So go ahead. Kenny and I hated the summer. You hated us. Here we sit. We didn't love last summer. You hated us. Character impugned. Okay. Tell me again what we're doing here. Because my message to Rico or anyone who would listen is, if it takes 6-7 years to make the playoffs, I could have hired anybody off the street. And if it's going to take 8 or 9 to be even in the contention, the discussion for a Stanley Cup, not that you would get it done, but you would be competing for it. Once again, I could hire one of my dogs. He doesn't even have opposable thumbs. And I'm pretty sure doesn't speak English. You get to a point, you hired Yzerman because he's special. Be special. This is not special. It's special in all the wrong ways, Rico. This is terrible.
No, it is, because you're getting closer and closer to Holland's prophecy being true, saying, guys, it's going to take 10 years. And you're like, no, it's not. Well, it's starting to look that way. You see Yzerman as the hero. And then you also say, well, he's the guy that he helped in building the Lightning, and he's going to come here and do that in Detroit. And no.
Here's the one thing I'm starting to get annoyed by, is if I have to read another piece, and whether it's the Hockey News, whether it's Red Wings specific coverage, if I got to hear about, but wait, just wait, we have some incredible talent coming in the next 2 to 3 years. Nope.
You know what they need to do with that talent?
Or both.
They need to weaponize that. They can use that to trade for players.
Oh, you're so stupid. He'd have to spend a lot of money in term.
It doesn't matter. I'm tired of it.
It feels like we've had this conversation.
Well, exactly. At what point do we have to have expectations here? Why am I still waiting?
Just wait for the kids.
It feels like we had this conversation before a few months ago. Different organization.
My whole point is, if I have to wait another 2-3 years for the kids to be here, you're at year 10, no accountability, no expectation, and what? You're going to allow poor little Lalone to run cover for you? He's going to be your meat shield?
That's basically
It's going to be like a movie? You're going to hold him in front of your body as the hostage? Is that what we're doing? Help me. Help me help you. I'm not a smart man. Here, I don't know the front from the back of a hockey puck. I don't know nothing. What's a Zamboni? 248. Here, tell me how to feel about the Yzer plan. As just somebody who hates failure, and all I see with this team is failure. And by the way, guys, it's one thing to be bad. It's another to be boring. You are, in fact, the latter. I dare a hockey snob to call me up and telling me they're all bricked up watching the Wings. They're an awful product. Go ahead. Tell me I'm wrong there, too. I don't care. I'm here till 6. 248-539-9797.
I thought it was going to be an interesting game. They had the lead, and then they lost it.
You're telling me you can't win with 9 total shots the last 2 periods? You're telling me you can't win when you're one of the worst teams 5-on-5 in shot creation in hockey? I know, I'm an ignorant slut. Those are just numbers I read, right?
Every time I yell, Kenny tells me, stop yelling, shoot the puck, so.
In fact, shoot the puck guy may be the smartest guy of all in this conversation as it pertains to this team. 248-539-9797. Here's car model Rico.
All right. You want to get a career change? You want to go into radio, TV, graphics design artists? Specs at LTU can get you started on your goal. Is very simple. You just need to go to the website. You got to be curious. Visit that website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who actually work in the business. And what does that mean when your instructors actually work in the business? It means you're going to learn from day one everything that you need to learn to make it in your new field. So you got to be curious, because trust me, with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you will learn all the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, the madness of the holiday season. Serta Mattress Black Friday sale all month long. Get a great night's rest on a great Serta and save $600 while you do it. Serta Perfect Sleeper X or a Serta iComfort. They got them at the best deals of the year. So take advantage of it. Go to Serta.com and find a retailer near you. Just getting started on a Tuesday. We're asking about the Wings, and while the hardworking people of this city were hopefully sleeping because they have actual jobs, the Red Wings were clown-carring their way to a loss to the Sharks, after a loss to the Ducks, after a lousy road trip, after being dead last in the East, now at essentially the quarter pole. No, nothing's over, but I think we're allowed to talk about it in real time. But here's the deal. I don't care anymore. All right, I'm vilified for not being satisfied with where the Yzer plan is at. Fine. Then what do you have to say, Hockey Elite? Educate us. We're morons. Help us. Explain it to me like I'm a second grader. So Kenny's erupted. If your answer is just firing Lalone, I mean, that's not a big deal. Firing hockey coaches, that's like taking a boo-boo. Happens every day. Except the Wings haven't fired a coach in season since the 80s. So go ahead. You think Lalone's all your problems? Who's the magic man? And at what point do you get where you start talking about the guy that shops for the groceries when you're complaining about the meal that's being served? Go ahead, Kenny. You have more to say. What do you want?
Lalone wants to run a defensive system, right? He wants to run a bend but don't break type of a system. One problem, you don't have the personnel to do that. You don't have the personnel to occupy that kind of space. You are old and you are slow. You can't play defense when you're old. And I hate to make it that simple because I know it's much more nuanced than that, but for everybody who's not a hockey fan, you are old and slow. You don't have the personnel to make that system work. And who does personnel fall on? Just saying. I'm sorry that it has to be that way, but it's year 6 and we don't have the personnel to run a defensive system. Are you joking me? Are you kidding right now? That's why I'm so upset, is because we saw it against bad teams now. We can't beat the Sharks. What are we doing here? I wanted 2 wins out of this road trip. We got nothing. Zilch. Nada.
Okay, then. That's where we begin. And those are the words of Kenny. Rico and I haven't launched any attacks because we're done caring. It's your world, guys. We want to live in your world as Iserbots. Just tell us what to do. And I'll tell you this, team's been booed off the home ice twice. God help you if you play poorly against the Islanders, who are ravaged by injury and wholly mediocre. That'll be a hat trick of getting booed off the ice. And if you haven't fired Lalone yet, that Islander game could represent the end. Yeah. But in the end, all that is a shield for the team president GM. It doesn't do anything for me because who's the magic man coming in here?
No,
that's rhetorical.
No, but not only are you bad, you're not entertaining.
No, they're boring. They're horrible. Horrible. Just boring. Let's go to Emmanuel to lead things off. Emmanuel, how you doing today?
Hey, guys. How you guys doing today?
Hey. Not terrible despite how we sound in the open. Thank you. What's up?
So I just want to make my point across. Mike, I will say this. From someone who considers himself a hockey elite, you don't need explanation as a second grader. You usually are pretty spot on with how fans are feeling, and I'm one of them. Personally, for me, going into this season, I looked at this team and I said they're for sure going to finish way worse than last year. I was saying probably like 84, 85 points. I'm really scared they might not get to 80. And that's being honest. Like the way they're playing right now and just overall the way this team is and like with their offseason signings, which have all just about been terrible, like I genuinely think they might finish below 80 points. And if you get to that point, then I think you really need to have a serious conversation about is Steve Yzerman really should he be here at this point? Because I want to make a second point on Yzerman as a whole, because realistically, I just don't think he's special. I really don't. Like, he's special as the captain of this hockey team when he was a player, yeah. But when you look at his team that he took over in Tampa Bay, he took over for a team that already had Stamkos, already had Hedman. He already had good players on that team, right? And then on top of that, he spent about 10 years as the GM of Tampa, and while he did build a great team, he never built a team that won the cup. Julian Breezeball was the one that made the final trades to win the cup. So as far as I'm concerned, he ain't special as a GM because he hasn't won anything as a GM. Regular season games don't mean nothing to me. Only Stanley Cups matter, and he's got 0 as a GM.
And that's the problem. Because, look, I understand there's talent on the way, and whether that's a Kosa, whether that's a Palika, whether it is a Danielson. Guys, I hate to break it to you. I mean, I'm jaded. I grew up an Islander fan. Emmanuel, I know all about being hopeful for when the kids come up, and then they turn into Brett Lindros. It's not really good. So, look, they might be good. They might be exciting, but it takes 2 to 3 years, unless you are a unicorn, for you to then walk in and dominate. If the plan in year 6 is that I have to wait till year 8, Emmanuel, your headline is why I'm so upset. Then that means you're not special. So why are we treating you as special?
And that's the thing that I don't understand. It's because like I'm right with you where like I'm so tired of hearing the argument. Oh, when the kids come, they're gonna be great. You know what? They might be fantastic. They might make us into the best team in the league. But what about right now? I don't want the kids to come to a team that's only winning like 25, 30 games a year and only getting 70 points. The kids should be coming to a team that's contending for the playoffs now, which by the time they're ready and they're at their peak prime, we're going to be a super team, not just an average team with kids. That's my whole thing is I want to see progress now. I want to see good talent signed for term now because you need talent and wins now.
Agree totally. And look, it could turn. You know, you don't write the book in in November, but they're writing a pretty nasty chapter right now. And in the East, you got to have the better part of 95 points to make the playoffs. Okay, start doing the math, people. You're approaching Thanksgiving with about 15 points. Just do the math. You're at the quarter pole. Thanksgiving. Let's go to Bryce, 97.1. Bryce, how you doing, brother?
Hey, I'm good. How about you guys?
Okay. What do you make of this, and how can you help me since I'm a dumb man?
So I wasn't calling to help you. I was actually trying to be the first Emmanuel there. You kind of hit the nail on the head there.
Okay.
But just from what you said with hating failure and whatnot, it's like I hate failure too, and being let down especially. And it's just, you know what I don't do when I'm scared of failure. I don't hype it up, and it just seems like we've been hyped up for years now. And the whole talent on the way comment you just made, it seems like that's been the case for several years now, even pre-Iserman. It just seems like we just shook our lineup up this year in the off season, and I mean we got even older. That I don't know where that made sense. And
well, I mean, look at the Tarasenko thing, right? You signed Tarasenko. Yeah, exactly. How's that worked out? Like this idea that you didn't want to make a trade, you didn't want to give out big term. The only thing you offered this fan base was simply bringing Patrick Kane back. So the addition you made has been a total disaster, and then we look defensively. All right, Wallman given away, which we all thought meant there's another move, right? It depends what you believe. Was it a Stamkos? Was it not? Look, bottom line, the D's not better. Goaltending, if you want to say you're better because Talbot's off to a good start, that's fine, but here's your problem. If one piece got better, but the other two portions of hockey got worse, you got worse. So, Bryce, I ask again, what are we waiting for here exactly? Tell me when I'm allowed, as a hockey neophyte, when am I allowed to be upset?
I think we're allowed now. I mean, I turned the game off last night. The game prior to that, I mean, we just simply suck. The shot creation is crazy, as you've mentioned, but I feel we have so many shot attempts we could take, but we keep passing it. I don't understand that, why you and I can sit here and describe how crap the defense is, how we can't just shoot the puck when it's probably more the better option, and et cetera. I was stayed on the phone to kind of hope someone was listening to us here, because I hope more of us call, because this is crazy what we're looking at.
And listen, Bryce, I will say this. There's a very passionate fan base here, and I know I say some snide and sarcastic things. That's who I am. The point I'm making is a vast majority of Wings fans are turning. But there's still a portion of this fan base, much like with the Tigers, a portion where the organization can do no wrong. People who strike against the organization are bad people. They have no character. They have no knowledge base. They are, in fact, filth. And here's why I continue to say this with the two Illich-run properties. The plan is the plan. Wait for the kids. I mean, for the Tigers, I hope I'm wrong. We're going to get to them later. But it really feels like they're just not going to do a whole lot until Max Clark, McGonigal, etc. here. For the Wings, what am I waiting on? Kosa, Danielson, Palika, Nygaard? Well, like, okay, fine. You do understand when you bring them up. Not everyone's a Mishkov, who Kenny and I wanted, but no, we got yelled at for that. He'll never come here from Russia, you slut. Well,
years away. Yeah. That didn't work out.
And for context, you brought up Vladimir Tarasenko and that signing being not so very good. He's on pace for about 10 goals.
That's so hot.
That's great, right?
We'll read again.
-4, 7 points in 17 games. Is that good? Is that good?
It's great.
That's terrific.
He's essentially Harvey Tarasenko.
You brought him in for depth scoring. He's not depth scoring.
What's the hockey equivalent of WAR? What's WAR in hockey?
WAR?
Yeah, like is there a actual metric that says you hurt me by putting your skates on?
Probably.
Like wins
I can
above replacement when you go negative.
And we have Maton above replacement. We have Tarasenko.
Oh, don't worry. That upset people too. How disrespectful. Where's Nick Maton? 248-539-9797.
Wins above Maton. I remember that.
All right. Listen. Let's talk about pizza, right? I mean, the only thing to make Kenny feel better is since his hockey team can't. Little pizza. Now, classic pepperoni, you can't beat that. But if you want to get adventurous, you want to be Kenny Cott, the chicken and waffle pizza's there for you. Yeah, it's what I said it is, chicken and waffles. Go for it. Chicken tenders, waffle bits, maple syrup, you name it, they got it. If that's your thing, God bless. I'll stick to the classics. Bottom line, It's all there for you, and Hungry Howie's is always pushing the limits with creative pizzas. So check it out. Treat yourself. Lord knows the wings won't make you smile. Large, $15.99 at Hungry Howie's. Bold flavors await. Oh, that's my cousin, Celebrini. That's really, I think I've uncovered it. That's the Wings' problem. They don't have enough Italian people on this team. I think I've just discovered it. You got to stop with the Swedes.
We thought Sebastian Cosa was Italian for a hot second there.
I know.
Canadian.
Disappointing. Well, you can be an Italian Canadian.
That's
just
true.
like you can be an Italian American.
He identifies as Canadian.
I'm just saying. I don't need any more Jorgensens and Palikas. I need some Celebrinis.
You're done with the Germans and the Swedes.
We've
Forget
had
about 'em.
enough of the Nords.
We need a good old Canadian boy. Take it back to the 90s.
No, honestly, what the problem is, can I say this? I'm not trying to cause a problem, Rico. Mm-hmm. The conversation between Kenny and Paul is what I wish the hockey elite would have. And again, whether you are a fan or a reporter, a radio host, what Kenny and Paul were doing, if I may, gentlemen, they went to it was a snide war where basically Kenny launched an attack at Paul, who is a native of the Sunshine State and was born and bred a Florida Panthers fan. He's one of 7. But what Kenny ended up doing, I had to stop Kenny and go, Kenny, basically what you're saying is the Panthers are everything you wish the Wings were. Big, fast, physical, mean, scoring, fun. And then Kenny cried. But that's the whole point.
That is accurate. That actually happened back.
Are the Wings overly physical? Are they fast? Are they talented? What would you say you do here? So my whole point to Kenny is, okay, it's year 6 of this rebuild. Even if I wipe away, like I've heard people on this station do this, and I always crack up. It's like, well, the first year didn't really count. It was an evaluation. That's not how it works. I'll tell you what, have a surgeon use his first year as an evaluation year. I'll tell you what, Paul, I'm going to take a job in a different town. Let's see if I can tell my employer and my audience, year 1's an evaluation year for me. I'm not really going to try. I have to kind of get my feet under me to see what's what. Guys, that is a fantasy. The day you are hired, the clock starts to where you deliver a parade or you don't. So many of you it's a con. You get fooled into thinking that these GM presidents are like leaders of industry, like they're negotiating foreign policy or ending wars. That's not what we're doing. You're playing rich people fantasy sports. Billionaires hiring millionaires. That's it. Let's not make this the cure for pancreatic cancer. So the whole idea is in year 6, here we sit, and Rico and I are saying, to hell with us. We don't care anymore. You guys do whatever you want. You want to defend your boy, defend him. You want to impugn him, impugn him. But I want you to tell us what we should be saying about the Red Wings after they are dead last in the East here, right around the quarter pole.
And even if you do want to use year 1 was an evaluation year, fine. What about the other 5? We're in year 6 of this. It shouldn't matter. Even if, yes, Steve had a lot of garbage to clear out. Absolutely.
Every GM who gets hired generally takes over a team that's garbage.
That's correct. But this is year 6. This isn't year 3. This isn't year 4.
And we're still waiting on the kids.
Hey, listen. That's my whole point, too, is when people are going to do this victory lap and it's going to be like year 9. And do you think any of us will care? Oh, it took you 9 years for you to cash your receipt? Then that's proof positive this didn't work.
Yeah, your receipt's pretty much worthless.
Let's go to Harrison. See what he's got to say about the matter. Harrison, how you doing, brother?
I went to the dentist this morning. Didn't have as much fun as Rico seems to have when he goes, but, things are okay.
Move along.
Sorry, Rico. All right, so I agree with the first 2 callers, but let's take it a step further. Let's go to the Mike Valenti school of how do we fix this?
Okay.
Let's go back to July. You talked about Tarek Skubal. I give you Dylan Larkin. Before you laugh me out of the room, Kenny.
No. I don't. Kenny hasn't reacted. He's listening.
Okay. He's 28. He's at the highest valuation he's ever going to get to at this point. By the time Yzerman gets out from under some of these bad contracts, Larkin's going to be 31, 32. That's when the kids are going to be here. He's going to be regressing to the point where he's no longer this kind of in-between 1C, 2C right now. You trade him, you have a chance to speed this thing back out of purgatory, whether you go and get picks and use those to go get more players in terms of trading the picks, or you use them to trade up and go get a guy since you've been shafted by the lottery several times. I think there are very few ways out of this purgatory Yzerman has put them in, and I think that's probably the easiest way to do it.
Kenny?
Although I'm sure people will come out of the woodwork.
Kenny?
So that, as an idea, is more idealistic than realistic. They didn't want to sign him. They didn't want to sign anybody for more money than him this past offseason. That's how much they care about Dylan Larkin. Nobody's going to make more than $8-7 a year on this team until the next cap bump. And Dylan Larkin is proof positive. He's the captain, and they're treating him like the captain. It's an idea that exists on NHL 25, the video game, not in real life, unfortunately. I like where your head's at. It's creative, but it's just more idealistic than realistic.
I understand that, My issue, though, is with the whole captain thing. At the end of last year, I don't really care that he was injured. Isn't it the captain's job to help stop the bleeding when the team looks like they're playing uninspired? I don't think he really helped that very much down the stretch. Say what you want about Lalonde. I don't really care. But I think it's his job to pick them up when they're not playing well, and I don't see a whole lot of that going on right now.
All I can tell you is last year when he was injured, the team looked snake-bitten. They looked terrible. They looked like they lost their soul. So that tells me that he's a voice in the locker room that does something. That's why I say Lalonde is probably the bigger problem if we're talking about problems versus Dylan Larkin versus Lalonde.
Here's the other difference, too, if I may just step in, because I was enjoying listening to you two go back and forth here. It's just the difference with Scooble and the difference with the Larkin, even if we say vis-a-vis to the same guy. One guy's rep by Scott Boras, and you've got limited control. The other guy signed his life away to be here. It's a different conversation. And Harrison, I'm never going to knock creativity, unlike some people on this station. Not going to make fun of you. I don't think it's realistic. I think Kenny said it beautifully, but you're not wrong for saying, how the hell do we get out of this? What do we do? Because the reality is, this is the other problem, boys. You're in year 6 of a rebuild. You have very few things other people would want. Outside of Sider, Larkin, and Raymond, what do you really got that anybody gives an F about?
The things that you're too afraid to touch. Your youth in the minors. Yeah.
Oh, remember the Smoltz trade? 248.
That sounds like a drop, the things you're too afraid to touch. Come on, Kenny.
Oh, don't worry, Harrison. We'll have that in the sandbox in a little bit. But no, Harrison, I think that's my point is they're in a rough spot because, let's face it, they're busy signing all these crumb bums, and nobody wants those people, not for anything you care about. You got a couple pieces at the NHL level people would love. You're not trading them. And then it's this pile of hope, a.k.a. prospects, that they just refuse. I mean, you bring any of that up, you get eviscerated by the hockey elite. How dare you? How dare you?
But why? What's untouchable on this team?
I need you and your people to explain it.
I can't
really
explain
nothing,
it.
but it.
Untouchable is Sider, Raymond, Larkin.
Right.
Can't trade him.
But you can weaponize your youth.
Go ahead,
please.
I was about to say, but 6 years in, if you haven't gotten anything, maybe you have to bottom out again. And it's going to hurt, Kenny, but you haven't done anything. So
I'm not bottoming out again. Okay. No, here's what I would do. I'm with Kenny in that, look, if he's supposed to be the wizard that he was hired to be, you start shopping a few of your prospects, go get a big-timer.
Weaponize them. Turn them into value.
You need talent here. I mean, Rico, I will side with Kenny in that I don't want to bottom out. I don't think it's wrong or right. It's perspective. We've come too far with marginal, slight upgrades. I can't panic and act like I'm going to light the house on fire. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not waiting for 2027. I'm not doing that. That's me. I have a right to say that, despite what some may think. I have a right to tell you I'm an adult. I don't know if I'll be alive in 2027. I would kindly like to win a little bit. But
27 keeps getting closer and closer.
Just wait for Max Clark. No, but doesn't it feel like that's the syndrome we're in, Tigers and Wings? And the Tigers made the playoffs. And the first thing you're reading from some AL executives is it didn't change the Tigers' perspective. They're not speeding it up. And I'm like, what a gig.
Then what are we doing?
What a life, huh?
Yeah.
No expectations, diddle around, sell some hope. Hey, we got some new seats that'll cool your ass crack. I mean, what an exciting world we live in, huh? Huh?
Really thought that was a joke when Cookie sent that.
Nope. Black Friday savings all month long at Paulson's. Buy today. Enjoy your new TV, stereo, and speakers all month long. We're in a Super Bowl drive, people. Paulson's Audio Video, your technology partner. They not only have the best technology, but they're going to explain everything, and they'll get you what you need, not what you think you need. They'll get you the products that actually fit your space and your needs and what you're going to use them for, because they're professionals. They are AV lifers, not part-timers. So stop by their showroom today. First-class experience. Paulson's, go to paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com. brief TO to touch the table on some football, then back to business. Kenny, music. Yes, Kenny.
Let's begin with some football chaos. And who's the most chaotic organization right now? That would be the Jets. Head coach gone. Now Joe Douglas eats the bullet. Guys, reactions to the Jets and their chaos.
Just,
you knew
hate to see it.
You knew what you were getting into when you sold your soul for Aaron Rodgers. That's all I got to say. Seriously.
But why fire the GM midseason when you fired the coach midseason?
Because you can't get rid of Aaron Rodgers right now. So you know what?
It's
you
like firing the principal and the teacher, and the students are just running around the room doing whatever the hell they want to do.
Yeah, because you can't. Because it was a bad deal. We're stuck with Aaron Rodgers, so you just walk around there and you just kick the dog because you're angry.
All I will say to you, Kenny, is the Jets have left themselves one way out. Everybody dies. Everybody's fired. Burn it to the ground. If someone will trade for Sauce Gardner, you trade him. If someone will trade for Breece Hall, you trade them. You must tear it down, recoup all the assets you gave up for Olive Oil Enema Boy, and you have to draft QB.
That's what it is. I mean, because what you're hoping, the next GM comes in here and does your dirty work and says, you know what, I don't want Aaron Rodgers here. Really? Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Well, okay.
Can you talk to the Sauce family just to find out what cities he'd play in?
Sure.
I forgot he's a Sauce insider. Didn't even think about it. Let's stay out in that side of the country.
Kenny, real quick, I got one for you because I just saw it on TV.
What?
Cowboys, Kenny, and I don't know if you had this on your list. Cowboys look to be bottoming out. Okay? Don't know if you were watching the game last night. They're awful.
Again, breaks my heart.
Des Bryant comes out and says, fire everybody, hire Dion. Would Dion work as a Cowboy head coach?
No. Absolutely not. Dion only works now because he plays in an ass conference and has 2 top 5 picks, one of which emanated from his loins. So, no, he's a hype man. He's not a coach. It works in college. You can sell sizzle. Oh, and bring 2 top 5 picks. Do you realize Hunter and Shador, his son, could go 1-2?
Mm-hmm.
Now, put Colorado in the Big Ten. Put Colorado in the SEC. Goodbye.
Yeah.
No, there is no scenario I'm hiring Deion Sanders to be my head NFL football
coach. See, I figured Deion would do the same thing he did in Colorado. I'm just going to hire a bunch of people and let them actually do the work, and I'm just going to wear sunglasses and the cowboy hat and get all the fame and the glory.
Okay, well, the only scenario then is you can bring him, but you got to bring Shador and Travis Hunter with him.
Or at least one.
Yeah, okay, and his son. And I love Shador, but he's going to be a Giant, so to hell with that.
Okay. There you go, Kenny. Sorry about that.
Speaking of the Giants, Mike, let's do a question that speaks to that. The Giants are benching Daniel Jones for your boy Tommy Cutlets. Is this the best path for a top 2 pick?
No, because here's how this is going to roll. I just want you to close your eyes. Let me set the scene. Everything's going beautiful on Thanksgiving Day. The Detroit Lions with a rousing win, engine blocks on every head and on every table. And everyone's enjoying family time. And then we get to Giants-Cowboys, and Tommy DeVito is going to go orbital ramming speed on all the holiday cheer, and he's going to do his stupid little dance with his stupid little Halloween costume agent. Hey-oh, hey! And we're going to beat the Cowboys and F our draft position into oblivion while a collection of dim-witted morons from New Jersey celebrate this crap because they have no understanding how professional football works, and they're just bricked up because we got an Italian superstar. F Thanksgiving, F the Giants, and F whatever hole in hell that Tommy DeVito emanated from.
What he said.
Let's mosey along on to the NFC West. We have a 6-4 Cardinals, 5-5 Rams, 5-5 Seahawks, 5-5 Niners. Who comes out of that division as the winner? Now, keep in mind, Arizona leads the division, and they have Seattle twice and a game against the Niners and the Rams on their schedule.
I want to say Arizona's so bad, but the problem is Rico's team is Michael Myers. You can't kill him. They got 17 All-Pros. Isn't it just going to work to the tune of being 9-8 and they creep in?
Unless they're all hurt. Now, I was going to say the Rams, but the Rams keep losing receivers left and right, it seems like. Can he spin the wheel? I mean, if the Niners, if everybody's back healthy, then I would say the Niners. But each week, it's like, oh, and this guy's gone, and this guy's gone. Kittle didn't play. Now, Purdy has a hurt shoulder, and Bosa has a hurt hip. But we don't have DeVito as quarterback.
No, you don't. So your life is going to be just fine. Kenny.
Let's talk Cincinnati Bengals. They have problems. Jamar Chase was asked about finishing games. He said, I play football on the field. I don't call plays for us, so I can't really do nothing. Do they have a coaching problem?
I think the problem is they slow-rolled Chase. He came into the season pissed, and now it's not going well, equally angry. And this is the issue. This is why, once again, thank your lucky stars you got Amon-Ra St. Brown. You never hear nonsense like this from him. No, I think they have a player problem. I don't think they have a coaching problem.
See, I don't know what the problem is.
Okay, then. Rico has chosen I don't know as the option C.
No, because it's like everything should work, and it's not. So, I just going to blame it as they're the hard luck team of this year where you have a quarterback who's actually out there doing things. You have players doing things, but for some reason, you just end up on the wrong side of the coin at the end of the game. So I'm going to say this is just a bad year for them. Really nobody to blame. It's just football. And for as great as the Lions are, they're the other side of the coin.
If you're going to blame anything too, blame the defense. Can we just be honest? I mean, he gave up 38 to Jalen Daniels, never made him punt. Yeah. You've given up 41 to Baltimore. You've been bad. You gave up 35 to Baltimore again. You gave up 34 the other night to the Chargers. I mean, that Lou Anarumo defense, they let Jesse Bates go. It seems to have fallen apart. DJ Reader, gone.
Yeah.
The Atlanta Falcons. The question is, who are they? They're 6-5. They sit at the top of the NFC South. The team under them in the division, they just beat them both times, Tampa Bay. They could easily be 4-7 with those losses. Who are they?
They are mediocre. They'll be the best of a rat bunch in the South.
I was going to say the best of a bad division. So, yeah, they'll end up, winning the division, but because, they've already beaten Tampa, who was their closest competition. They're fun to watch. They score a lot of points, but don't expect them to actually go far in the playoff picture.
And a similar question about the Denver Broncos we'll finish out on. A couple of weeks ago, we talked about them. They were 5-3. Since then, they lost to the Ravens, Chiefs, and beat the Falcons on Sunday. Who are they?
They're good. They're a playoff team. I think them and the Chargers look like the class of wild card type teams. Now, obviously, you could say Pittsburgh, Baltimore, whoever the loser is, better than them. But outside of that, guys, they look really good. And Sean Payton might be a bad dude, but he knows quarterbacks, and he's doing something special with Bo Nix.
They're up and coming, and you know what? They're fun. So you're willing to wait and see how this progresses. They may not even make the playoffs, but, man, you're looking at Denver saying you're going to be a problem in the next couple of seasons because you're a fun team to watch. You just happen to be playing in the same division as the Chiefs, and looks like maybe the Chargers going to take the top two spots. Maybe you get that final spot, but even if they miss out, they're going to be a problem in the future. It looks like you have your quarterback.
And that is your In Football Today.
NBA is back. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, all the action, FanDuel, everyone gets 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you do is, place a bet, $5, NBA. You get 3 months of the League Pass. FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. After 3-month free trial, full price League Pass automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. At 7-9-2, the Red Wings are now losers of their last 3 games and sit at the bottom of the Eastern Conference with Montreal and Columbus at 16 points on the season. Coach Derek Lalonde spoke after last night's loss to the Sharks. Red Wings' next matchup on Thursday is at home against the Islanders. Meanwhile, today marks a monumental day in Detroit sports history, perhaps more of a black eye on sports history. Malice at the Palace, the infamous brawl that took place both on the court and in the stands amongst Pistons, Pacers, and fans, was 20 years ago today. Meanwhile, the odds-on favorite to win the Super Bowl this year, that would be the Detroit Lions. They continue to await Sunday's matchup with the Colts. Detroit currently 7.5-point favorites after defeating the Jaguars 52-6. Point of reference of how good Detroit has been against Jacksonville over the last 12 years, they've outscored the Jags 183-69. They have not punted against them in over 4 years. Finally, MLB Awards Week continues tonight. Hinch, a candidate for today's Manager of the Year award. Tarek Skubal, a favorite to win tomorrow's Cy Young. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket, or you can head to Odyssey.com.
Well, Donald Sterling. All right, we're going to get right to the people, but let me just bring this. Oh, thank you, Paulie. Very kind of you. Let me just reset real quick, and we're going to go right to the people. The Wings blow. 248. No, straight up. I mean, you're 16th in the Eastern Conference. One problem. There's only 16 teams. You're 30th in the league in points. There's only 32. You're almost dead last in damn near every metric there is. You're horrific at even strength. You're terrible at creating shots. Therefore, shoot the puck guy his head exploded by game 3. And you lost to the Sharks last night. Here are your shot totals, 10-6-3. You needed a power play goal just to get to overtime before tripping over your dinky. And my question was this. Rico and I are ignorant sluts. We don't know anything. We're terrible. We didn't grow up playing hockey. Therefore, we don't get to have an opinion about Lord Yzerman. So tell us where you're at with your team. And tell us how we should feel. Because all I know is I'm tired of being vilified. I don't like losing. And I don't do the hero worship stuff. I don't care that you had your Yzerman jams back in 96. I don't care. Like, Mark D'Antonio's a legend. Don't care. Retire. You and your golf buddies. Gone. I don't come from a place that does sympathy. So for me, it's simple. You know how I feel about all of this. 2 straight off seasons. Kenny and I haven't liked. 2 straight off seasons, whether it's inside or outside. Fans, radio hosts. Oh my God, you are a moron and a this and a piece of that, and you don't know what you're doing. Okay, you enjoying this plan still? We having a good time? You still want to tell me to wait for the kids in 2020? Never? And I get it. Palika, Danielson, Nygaard. Fine. Kosa, fine. This is all fine. But if I told you when you hired him that you wouldn't get to see the team you get to root for until year 7 or 8, or if I told you in year 6, after an awful offseason where you had $32 million in cap space and largely did, this with it, if I told you that that's what you were going to get, are you telling me you're happy? You're the hockey elite. You speak. Rico had to Google Zamboni. Okay? Treat us like we're idiots. Tell us what to think. Now, Kenny's different. You don't get to call Kenny an idiot. I mean, you can, but the one thing he knows in this life, besides the veritable alcohol content of every brand name out there, is hockey. He ain't happy. He yelled at you this morning.
I'd like to apologize for that, by the way. That was out of line. I called Rico on the drive in. I was very emotional, very upset. I yelled right at him. I'm sorry.
Luckily, Rico taped the phone call, and here's what he said.
Hey, Kenny. It's like, hey, Kenny, so what do you want to do? We're probably going to talk about wings, and Kenny exploded. And I'm like, Kenny, okay, Kenny, okay.
I believe I declared myself a Pistons fan because I was so tired of the Red Wings.
I'm a Pistons fan. I can't watch this anymore.
But back to back, I watched the Pistons, and then I watched the Red Wings. One team looked like they were trying. One team did not.
So that's where we're at. Tell us how to feel. And I really want to know your feelings. And if you want to defend Yzerman, it's your prerogative. But I need to understand what exactly we're watching here, because we're approaching Thanksgiving, and you're the worst team in the East. Thanksgiving. Reno, leading off the 3 o'clock hour. Reno, how you doing?
Hey, Mike, good to talk to you, buddy. Your original question, what is the Yzer plan? I think at this point, we're all trying to figure that out because we heard it too much. Patience is not a plan. And I think the fan base needs to really start to differentiate Stevie, the guy that wore the sweater, to the guy that's wearing the suit. I mean, if our big signing was Tarasenko, I mean, use whatever analogy you want, but you know, it makes Franz Nielsen signing make him look like Joe Thornton, for God's sakes. I mean, we lose. I think somebody said 72 games with the guys that we lost from last year, whether Goff, Despair, Perron, et cetera. Okay, we'll go out and get guys that'll get 73 goals. It's a stark contrast from where we were. The hope that we had, you know, the last 2 weeks of the season last year where we thought we were going to make something because we were scoring goals at the last second of the game, almost making the playoffs. But, you know, at the risk of trying to be funny, when a buddy of mine told me he'd rather watch Jim Cantori on the Weather Channel about to get sucked off a pier during a hurricane, you know, we got a problem. And it's kind of where we're at.
Do you think it turns around?
If it does, it's got to be within the next 2 weeks because people say, this is still early and all that, but my God, this is a trend. It's not an aberration of, it's one game out of 4 or 5.
And it's also the East is brutally difficult. And
100%.
You're going to need to get to mid-90s in the point total. Last year, I mean, Reno, you know this because you sound like a hockey lifer. That was one of the weakest bottom of the East point total-wise you were ever going to see, and you still didn't make it. Now the thought process was it'll probably take 4, 6, 8 more points this year. If you're bottom of the East as you're approaching the quarter pole, think about the pacing you have to be on.
Yep, and the points that you get, Mike, in the first 3-4 weeks of the season are the ones I'm not going to say that you don't need towards the end, but time's a waste, and you can't afford to play like this with what we have. And,
no, you'll be begging for games against the Ducks and Sharks when it gets to February, March, and certainly April, and that's the issue. I just want to understand, when would I be allowed, if I knew my elbow from my bleep hole, when would I be allowed to be upset about the Red Wings? Since last 2 years, I'm basically public enemy number one.
You're not. Fans will gaslight you and tell you, don't hit the panic button. What are you doing? Are you crazy? This is Steve Yzerman we're talking about.
Are there really fans out there that believe
yes,
that?
Rico, I deal with them every time the Wings play a hockey game. I see their tweets. I see their ticket texts. I see everything.
Who are these people?
I have a name for them, but you probably just want to take another call.
I'll just go to Brittany instead. That's probably best. Hello, Brittany.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
All right. So just to kind of keep echoing what some of the callers are saying, and you guys, I just want to say I feel like Christmas came early. Mike, Kenny, Rico, the way you guys are talking about this abysmal team, just unapologetically and passionately, I'm here for it because it's absolutely unacceptable, especially 6 years into a rebuild. Couple points I want to make. I do think Lalonde has to go. I understand he doesn't really have a lot of talent to put there on the ice, so, I get it. His job's not easy, but he's just not the guy. He doesn't have the energy, doesn't really motivate the players, to kind of step up their game and play. I mean, everything's just kind of lackluster. And then the second point is that, we missed the playoffs by basically one game last year. If we would have won one more game, we would have been in there. And Yzerman had an opportunity in the offseason, and I think we all, maybe as the fan base, or at least most of us, and it sounds like you guys, we thought we were really going to beef up the team. Like, go get somebody, make a big move. Let's make the playoffs. It's time. Like, the team showed that motivation, but instead we got rid of 2 of our top 3 defensemen. One of them we gave away in Wallman. Still makes no sense to me at all. But not only that, when Yzerman was asked about, well, how do you think these new acquisitions you made, how do you think they compare to last year's team? His response was, quote and unquote, I think they'll be comparable. Comparable? Like, why are we not pushing to win, to make the playoffs, to do better? The answer should be we're getting better every single year. And I think 6 years in, if we're not at that point, what the hell are we doing?
That's what I want to know.
Absolutely. Yeah, what are we doing? It's unacceptable, the product that's on the ice. It's embarrassing. And then I think the last point is, at what point do we not also look at Chris Ilitch kind of running these 2 programs between the Red Wings and the Detroit Tigers? Again, what you guys said, like, it's all on this hope and prayer, but, like, ultimately, at what point does the fan base that pays a lot of money and commits a lot of time to watch these games and to show up for these teams, do we not hold this guy accountable that I feel like not only is he being cheap, but he's creating, like, he's taking legendary teams and he is okay with, like, mediocreness and an occasional, like, miracle play that happens, right? Where,
so
like,
here's what I'll say. So I agree with a lot of what you're saying. First of all, Brittany, it's a really good call, and I'm glad people are emotional about it. They should be. Like, it's not acceptable. But Britt, here's the one thing I want to clarify. I think if we're going to do the Chris Ilitch thing, the one tie I can make, remember, one league doesn't have a cap, the other does. And the Wings are near the cap, right? They're not cheap. I don't think you can say that. But what you can say is there's a unique way to be fiscally responsible. I don't want to give out a bunch of term. So, like, the whole point is when you hear the Tigers are not interested in signing anyone with term, Stevie doesn't want to do term. Well, why does that matter? Term is you are on the hook long term for guaranteed dollars. And you got to cut a big check. And you know you got to keep cutting those checks. Mm-hmm. So you could say that. I want to be careful in a sport where we got a cap and one where we don't. I don't think they're the same. If you want to say you feel like, hey, they're not doing all they can with the baseball team, you're right. Well, hockey, the numbers there, but a lot of it's just filler.
And that's what I'm about to say. To agree with Brittany, I don't think that there is a fire. I don't think that there is a, guys, what's the plan? We need to start winning. It almost feels as if both Yzerman and Harris were told, take your time. Do this thing the right way, and I'm not going to pressure you. I believe in you guys. It's what it feels like. That there's no internal pressure of, we got a deadline to meet. You told me this. You told me we'd be here.
100%.
And it just feels
100%.
like, yeah, like you've been told you have an endless runway, block out the noise, just take your time.
There's a hard line with owners. There are those that are at every game, that are fans, that demand winning. Some of them border on authoritarian, right? And there's the guy you never see, which is Chris. Your point is proven. Okay? You'll never be able to sell me. He's sitting down in a Barker lounger every night watching his teams. I mean, stop. Just cut it out. That's ridiculous. So your point is proven. Right. I can't argue that.
Yzerman's phone's ringing as soon as the game is over.
What is wrong with our power play? No, I don't think that conversation's happening. You know what would be amazing is if Chris ever picked up the phone and called Steve and turned into shoot the puck guy. Steve, shoot the puck.
You know what? I figured it out. We need to shoot the puck more. Let's try doing that.
I need more shots.
In the summertime, we need a middle infielder. What are we doing?
Scott, did you see Javi Baez as a negative WAR? What is this? No, that call's not happening.
Scott, did you see his strikeout? What are we doing?
His OPS plus is ridiculous. What are we talking about?
I mean, pardon us. I mean, I know some people will be very offended by that. We're having a little fun. But the reality is, do I believe that's happening?
It does.
No, sorry.
There's no sense of urgency. It's just take your time. You sold me. I hired you. I believe in you.
Well,
do your thing.
Here's the thing. They're going to play the Islanders here later in the week. They don't play well. Remember, the last 2 times they were at LCA didn't play well. They got booed off the ice. And do you know who led the charge?
Yep.
Who's we?
Nope.
Who's we?
Season ticket Costa.
Not radio host Costa.
PC. Paying customer Costa. PCC. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view and a big screen to watch all your favorite games. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, let's check in with the ticket text here before we get back to the people. Kenny, first time all day. What do you got for me?
Two teams in this town have a laissez-faire attitude towards the offseason. One common factor seems to be Ilitch. Yzerman did not address the biggest issue we had last year, defense. Lalonde also needs to go.
All right, so the Lalonde thing. Can you take me through that? Let's say you ace him out. You throw him in a dumpster. They lose Thursday night to the Islanders. Gone. What's your answer?
The question is, who would you hire to replace him?
What do you want to do?
There's only a couple of options that would make any kind of sense. One of them is a scumbag, so we don't want to hire that guy. Also, I'm referencing Joel Quenneville. Also, people like to throw the name around Gerard Gallant. He almost ruined Lafreniere in New York.
And he burns out 2 to 3 years everywhere he is.
100%. The solution might be just to wait to the offseason because...
patience.
Because there will be more options available to hire at head coach because coaches are going to get aced out. Unless somebody gets fired soon...
Jim Montgomery?
Possibly. I've heard those rumblings. If that happens, then yeah, sure, why not? But, I mean, we saw it in St. Louis in 19, right? They were last in the league. They aced out their head coach. They won the Stanley Cup that year.
You know what's amazing? It's like any point you want Steve to have to make a hard decision, you get vilified. Must be nice to have a job you don't have to do anything hard. Still get paid. Get defended by most people. Like, I don't have a great solution for who we'd hire. It's your job to have a list. Every GM in sports has a list. His coach gets hit by a bus. I got a list. His coach dies in his sleep. I got a list. I got to fire this guy. I got a list. You mean to tell me Yzerman's walking around with bubble gum in his pocket? He didn't have a list?
At a point, we're just, idiots on the radio. It's not our job to have talent scouted for head coaches. We don't have to have these things
you mean you're not
up.
watching the Wings minor league system every night?
No.
No. You have a life. I forgot.
No, but it's silly to think that you can't fire a head coach midseason. I mean, like you said, we haven't done this since the 80s.
These hockey teams fire coaches like they take dumps daily. Half the league's been fired in the last 18 months. 7 alone last year. 4 of them made the playoffs.
And God forbid we have a different voice in the locker room because clearly this one is not working. The system's not working. The personnel is not working. Yeah, I would start with the head coach. But at the end of the day, it does come down to roster construction.
But Kenny, if he was already, I guess I don't understand. Why not just make the move in the offseason instead of just saying, we're probably going to fire you sometime next year?
I wanted him let go at the end of last year. I mean, I would have done it in the offseason. I don't disagree with you, Rico.
No, but you didn't answer his question. Why, if you're willing to fire your coach November 19th, did you bring him back in the first place? If they're thinking about it. Remember, an Ilitch-owned team hasn't fired a coach or manager mid-season since the 80s. So maybe Kenny's right. Maybe Lalonde just stays. It's Blashill 2.0.
The safe thing to do would be to wait till the offseason until there's a bunch of dead body head coaches that have been let go or just don't have a job right now that you can choose from. The talent pool would be bigger because right now if you fire Lalonde, the question is who are you bringing in? What's your option? And there's not a lot of those right now. There's not a lot of feasible ones at least.
Okay then, uplifting. Let's go to the people, see what they have to say. Rico and I have not offered a whole lot of comments. It's really just about you tell us what we should be thinking since, hey, Mike and Rico don't love hockey. Okay. Well, here we are. What do you want to do? Wings ranked dead last in the East after a brutal loss to San Jose. It's been a terrible start to the season. And even worse, metrically, you can't even claim you're unlucky. You're bad. Go look at any metric you like. You're bad.
But we didn't win the lottery.
Okay, then. Jack Hughes on line 11. Let's go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, doing great, guys. How are you?
Good.
Hey,
What's
Tom.
going on, pal? What's on your mind?
This whole wing discussion, I think they just need to gut it. The Lions, look how quick they transferred as far as being a viable contender just by changing the culture. Now, I was upset when they signed Larkin to an 8-year deal. He was 7 years in the league. I agreed with a lot of what the prior caller said before the break, a couple of breaks ago. Larkin does not have a huge body of work of showing that he can carry a team. I'm moving on from that. I'm trying to maybe dish him in a couple picks maybe and get somebody that like a Kachuk who's going to bring it every night. And, maybe not as sexy as far as his game, but he's going to hold guys accountable in that lineup on that bench. There's too many nights I watch the Wings and they're listless. It's a crappy product. They don't even work hard. So Wings teams in the past, They've always been successful because they've had the grind line. Even their star players worked hard. And that's the key, the consistency, Darren McCarty type guys. Now, I'm not saying you trade Larkin for a Darren McCarty type, but Kachuk's another level. He produces points. He holds people accountable, brings aggressiveness every game, gets under the opponent's skin. If you don't follow suit with that, you're going to be letting the spotlight right on you. Anybody who's played the game at a high level will attest to that. This is what's missing. So I think they need to go a different direction.
Well, I think the interesting thing is, and look, I mean, Tom, there's something in the water in this town where people do not even want to talk about trading prospects. They lust after them. They hold on to them like their favorite stuffed animal. I kind of wonder if at a certain point, maybe it's time for Yzerman, and I've made the case with Scott Harris. I think you do investigate weaponizing your cachet of assets for the near term, but I get made fun of for that, so I'll just sit in the corner.
You look at the broadcast team even. Ken Daniels, it makes me want to puke. They protect this team too much. They don't pinpoint. I remember Mantha when Redmond did a little, he got the old, what do you call it, the board out at the end of the game, post-game, and started breaking down a goal. He never even brought Mantha's name up, who was a liability on the play from start to finish, because he's told not to do that. You got to believe that. So
Tommy, listen, that's so pervasive. Believe me, guys like you and me, we may as well watch games on mute. And I don't care what town you're in. I don't care what broadcast it is. We've lost any ability to tell people the truth. But please. You got George calling a Pistons game like it's Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals, and the Pistons cut it to 28. You're like, bro, you got power down, buddy.
Can I push back a little bit on the Larkin stuff for a second?
Count that baby in a foul. The Pistons cut it to 26. George, there's 4 people here. You got to chill. we lost Rico. I wasn't ready for that guy.
Oh, we can do that. We can do the Larkin stuff coming up next.
Okay, it's a radio tease by Kenny Cott. All right, it's football season. Elevate your tailgating. 24 Sierra 1500 elevation. You got to go. You're losing your mind over there. Moran GMC, get him out of this room. He's laughing uncontrollably. All right, listen. Moran has got great deals. We'll start over. The Elevation Edition, Sierra 1500s, $259 a month. They've also got employee pricing on all 25 Buick Encore GXs. 39-month lease, $309, 0 down, 0 first payment, 0 security deposit. New stock arrives daily. Yukons are back as well. You need certified service, go to MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, let's get to the people. See what everybody's got to say. And yes, we've opened up talking Wings because their road trip was a disaster. They are now 16th in the East. There's only 16 teams. And I've said, okay, we'll do this differently. Instead of Rico and I, going blowtorch mode and offering this huge take, you know what? We're ignoramuses. We don't know nothing about nothing when it comes to hockey. That's always the move with the hockey elite. So, okay, Bob and Windsor, how should we feel? Tell us in year 6 of the Yzer plan. And mind you, guys, we are year 6, and here's the problem. I can't name a significant move Steve Yzerman has made. When you really break this down, his tenure in Detroit has been signing veteran depth pieces, contracts end, sign more veteran depth pieces. Kids can't make a difference. We're told the kids are on the way. Sign veteran depth piece, rinse, wash, repeat. He fired Blashill. He's probably going to fire Lalonde. How many coaches? And think about all of these signings that so many of you defended. What do you know? Okay, well, here we sit. How's that Tarasenko thing working out? Another veteran depth signing. Look, and by the way, I haven't overdone it, but how many bad deals has Yzerman allowed to sign? And whether it was Hull, whether it was Petrie, whether it's Kopp, who's seemingly here forever. Guys, I think it is okay to ask the question of what the hell are we doing here? Now, look, if 6 weeks from now the Wings are the hottest team in hockey and we've made up for this, we get to have a different approach. But as we sit here now and the winds are swirling about Derek Lalonde getting fired, last night, first period, 10 shots, 6 shots, 3 shots. Against the Sharks? Yeah. This is a team metrically that is objectively bad by any measure. So what are we doing exactly? Because if we're just waiting for the kids till 2027 or 28, maybe they should hand out some free tickets down at LCA like they are at Spartan Stadium. Stop by the ticket booth, get a free seat on the bench. Just whatever you want. If we're just waiting for the kids, the Palikas of the world and the Danielsons of the world and the Kosas of the world, then that's not a rebuild. You're just selling hope because there's absolutely no guarantee those kids are any good. None. Versus we've begged Steve to make big moves. Mm-hmm. We're hit in the face with, he doesn't want to sign anybody with Turb. Then how do I plan on doing this?
Yeah, but hope allows you to kick the can. Hope allows you to lower expectations and wait for the future. You don't need results with hope. It's just, it's coming down the line. Trust me on this. Wait till they get here.
To the people.
You'll be impressed.
248-539-9797. Go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
First time, and glad for some Wings talk. I think the issue was they messed up in free agency a couple of years ago. They hit the gas in the Bedard draft year, and I think that's really screwed them. They were afraid to be Buffalo, but now we've turned into something worse, Minnesota, where we're stuck in the Mishy Middle, and now it's even worse because it's just not good hockey to watch. And Grand Rapids is fun and all, but that doesn't help the big club right now. They need to get some of the young guns up.
So here's my question. Ryan, if you're running the team, how do you get out of the treadmill of mediocrity? What do you do? You've
got to make a trade. You got to shake it up. It can't just be fire alone. You've got to, I don't know what you trade for, but you made this mess. You have to help clean it up. The way they're playing, especially yesterday against the Sharks of all teams, it was depressing.
Well, look, Sharks and Kings, if you connect the two games together, you had a grand total of 5 shots. I mean, Ryan, it's hard to watch.
Shoot the puck guy, but shoot the puck.
It's hard to watch. And I think that's the bottom. Ryan, and I know it's not as nuanced as some people would like it. I don't care what the sport is. When you distill this down to its basics, this is an entertainment product. And when you cease to be entertaining, well, now you've hit the lowest rung. Winning and losing is...
I got friends asking me what's wrong with the Wings, and I'm like, I wish I had a good answer for you. They're not good right now.
I don't know, man. It's just, look, outside, again, we wanted to make a bold play for a goalie. We were told you can't do that because, Kosa and things, okay? Well, let's go get a defenseman. What are you going to do, smart ass? Give 7 years to Montour? I don't know if this was the alternative. Maybe. How fun would Steve Stamkos be here? Or something. He's not any good 5-on-5, see? Well, okay, fine. So then you've eliminated every possibility, and here we are. So this is where Rico and I have come to you. We've come to your church. You tell us how to feel. Yes, Kenneth.
The question then becomes, how much worse could we be than we are right now? You listed off all the metrics. Last place in Fenwick, by the way, shout out. All of these metrics that were how much worse could we be if we gave term to a Montour or any type of player like that? If you want to go the Stamkos route, fine.
My answer is you could be the Blackhawks.
You couldn't be this much worse, is my point.
You're not wrong, but this is why we've done the topic today. And I'm asking people to tell me where their head is at, because the hockey elite believe Rico and I's is up our wazoo. So be it. I'm having a blast.
I would love to hear from the hockey elite who, you know what, hang in there. It'll work out.
We are tied right now with Montreal, who is expected to be bad.
Slapkovsky.
And Columbus, who tragically lost their best player and fired a head coach.
They have a cannon.
They do have. We do not have a cannon. We have the same amount of points as Columbus. No cannon.
Year 6 of a rebuild.
Yeah. Columbus kind of has an excuse.
That's my point, though, is we don't. What's our excuse? We didn't want to give away term.
No. I don't want to give away term. Count that baby in a file. All right, let's go to Paul. Actually, we'll get to Paul in a moment. 97.1. I got to keep it timely. NBA's back. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Catch all the action right now. FanDuel's giving everybody 3 months of league pass. All you got to do, tip off the buzzer beater. You place $5 on an NBA game. How about tonight? The undefeated Cavs, 15-0. 5-point underdogs in Boston tonight. I don't know if they get your wick wet. You do whatever you like there, okay? FanDuel.com. Go and bet it. 21 and up, present Michigan. After 3-month free trial, full price of league pass, automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, embargoes apply. One pass per customer. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's get right back to the people. Red Wings are all the rage today. People are all over the place, mostly upset, and we've asked the question. All right, you're approaching Thanksgiving. Instead of talking about how exciting the team is, we talk about how boring they are. Instead of talking about how, man, they're off to a really good start, they're last in the East. And the only thing you're talking about is not the excitement of calling someone up or a trade or – no, it's about firing Derek Lalonde. So what are we doing here in year 6 of this rebuild? Go ahead. You tell us. Because I don't care. I mean I care. Let me be clear. But I don't care to have this fight anymore. It's the same thing about the Tigers and spending. If you are fine with how things are, God bless, enjoy yourself. I don't have to.
No, the funny thing is it seems like there are a lot of people like us, and maybe they're calling the show because they feel like this is a safe place.
Kenny, you mean where they won't get hung up on, yelled at, demeaned?
Yes.
Talked down to?
Yeah. Because Kenny keeps saying...
Because they don't watch Sault Ste. Marie highlights on ESPN+++ after log rolling? No, you're not going to get demeaned. And if you're fine with the way this is, that's fine. That's you.
No, I would like to hear from that person that Kenny always tells me about, because I'm like, Kenny, I don't think they exist. He's like, no, they exist. Trust me on this. Okay, calm down.
Kenny, you did yell at Rico. That was tough.
I'm sorry about that. That's my bad. I'm sorry. I can raise a hand as a man and say,
Kenny, that is the issue with you hockey people. You demean people. It's like, oh, did you see the latest game by the Medicine Hat Rangers? And you're like, no.
All I got to say, David wouldn't have yelled at me.
Very true.
I was emotional. I'm sorry.
Let's go to Paul in Clinton Township. He's up next, 97.1. Paulie, how you doing, buddy?
I'm great. Thanks for taking the call.
Yes, sir.
Hey, let me preface what I'm going to say by saying that, there is no doubt it makes perfect sense for people to be upset, and you're not wrong to expect more and all of that, okay? So this isn't like a call to say, hey, you're nuts. What are you talking about?
It's okay. You're good. You're good.
Okay, so that said, people talking about the off season last year, and again, I don't know how much, I'm sure Kenny knows, gets into these things, but I don't know how much the average fan does, but they got 3 guys, Sider, Raymond, and Kane, that they paid about $4 million total last year, and this year they're paying them $20 million total. So that money had to come from somewhere in a cap world. So that's one of the reasons why, some guys that people questioned, well, gee, why did you let this guy go? Why did you let that guy go? Why didn't you sign a big free agent? Why didn't you make this big move? I think that in the cap world, and having to do something like that and paying your own guys limits what you can do. Now, the mistakes were what you brought up, okay, in the past, right? Like signing Kopp to a 5-year deal at the dollar figure he did, we should be getting more for that. Signing Hull to a 3-year deal for the number he got, that's just a bad deal. Trading for Petrie at the dollar figure he gets, those are 100% bad deals that contribute to a cap situation that forced you to have to get rid of guys to sign the 3 guys you cap.
You know what's interesting in all of this, Paul, that you bring it up the way you do, is would you say, now I could do some quick math, somewhere between $20 and $25 million of crap on this roster. I mean, whether it's Sherratt, whether it's Hull, whether it's Petrie, whether it's Gustafson, and then you go on the offensive side, right, and then go to the offense. I mean, you're paying $5 million to Tarasenko. Stinks. Comp for 5-1. Cop damn near 6. You start adding that up, it paints a Paul. That's, I think, is that not wrong to say that's Yzerman too?
That too. That is Yzerman, because those are his choices. Now, let me say this, and this goes to maybe the coach, the team, and whatnot. Okay, there was a special on the Florida Panthers championship last year. If you watch it, these guys couldn't talk enough about how valuable Tarasenko was to them winning a championship, what he brought to the room, the role he played. Gustafson was certainly good enough to be a quality top 6 defenseman on a New York Ranger team. Yet they come here and they look like complete crap.
Can I tell you why? Let me give you my view of why, because I think you're bringing up an important point, Paul. But this happens in the NFL all the time. You're a great second corner or a wide out too, and you've got, like, for instance, T. Higgins. I will guarantee you when T. Higgins leaves Cincinnati and he doesn't have Jamar Chase across from him and Joe Burrow throwing the ball, T. Higgins ain't going to look so special. It happens all the time in hockey. When you're a bit player on an uber talented team, you look awesome. You come here, you got to carry real weight. Paul, that's part of the problem is we don't have enough real players. And he keeps signing these veteran fillers.
And again, Comfer's another one. Comfer was a second-line center on a Stanley Cup championship team. Kopp was a second-line center on a team that went to Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Yet they come here, and as you just pointed out, they are less than because they're not playing providing a supporting role. They're being signed at a dollar figure that they have to, as you said, carry weight. And yeah, that falls on Yzerman 100%.
So what do you want to do? What's the move?
I admit I've been a wings guy since the mid '70s, going to Olympia. Okay, so I'm an Yzerman guy, and I'm going to die on this vine. Okay, I'm going to go down with his ship.
Okay,
all right. I'm not getting rid of him until I see this next group of guys come up from Grand Rapids and from Sweden. Until that happens, I'm not ready to give up, even though I cannot blame a single person that feels different than I do, because right now, everything you guys said is fact. We're in the 6th year. We're one of the worst teams in the league. We should be better than this. He's made some bad decisions. I just, like I said, call me an Yzerbot. I will wear it.
No, I'll tell you why.
I'm going to wear it.
So, Paul, even if it takes to, that magical year 10, you're okay. You're going to hang in there.
I don't know about year 10. Here's what I want to see. I want to see next year, okay? And the one thing I'll say about Lalone, this team isn't this bad, okay? They're not one of the 2 or 3 worst teams in the league, okay? I was never a fan of his when he hired him, but I don't know. I mean, who am I to say? That's his choice. He brought him in, right? He brought in John Cooper with Tampa Bay, and a lot of people thought that wasn't a great thing, and the guy turned out to be a great coach. This guy hasn't, in my opinion. I believe they're better than this, and I know, the one caller, a couple callers ago was talking about how, Larkin is supposed to fire up the team like Kachuk. Well, you know what? Go watch some highlights of Paul Maurice coach and tell me that Kachuk is the one that's running that room and not Paul Maurice. I disagreed with that take. That part is on Lalone, getting your team ready to play every day, not your captain.
Yeah, and you know what, Paul? You're not an Yzerbot because you're not defensive, you're not angry, and you're not demeaning people who disagree with you. You're good. I'm not mad at anybody. First of all, I've never used the F word with Steve Yzerman, so you can't pin that on me. The only people I get upset at are the ones who get their underwear in a knot because you don't just drink the Kool-Aid. I don't understand those people.
See, here's why I like Paul and people like Paul. He admitted,
"Yep,
I got a soft spot for Stevie, and
we're good.
I'm going to ride this until the wheels come off." But at least he can admit this is the only reason why, rather than no, it's not the case. Like, actually, it is the case. Not Paul, but for some of the defenders, it's like, guys, if he was anybody else, you would not be ready to die on this sword.
Well, that's my problem. Unless you've won a ring here as an executive, you are anybody else. I don't care what you were in your past life. But that's me. I'm a bleep hole New Yorker. Guilty.
I know.
Guilty.
Different sport. They ran Joe Dumars out of town, and he actually won a title.
Poor bastard's house caught on fire. Right. Then they ran him out of town.
Right.
He brought a championship here.
He was a player, and as a president, GM, and yeah, you still got to go. Stevie, we remember the good old days.
We'll get more to people involved. Kenny, you were about to say something. Yes.
Oh, I was just about to say, not that it's worth anything, but Paul nailed it with Paul Maurice. That guy, that team will run through a wall for him. That's why I take a little bit of the onus off of Larkin, because do you remember what this team looked like when Larkin went down last year?
They were awful.
Their soul was dissipated.
Yeah, look, we got one call about Larkin. I thought we handled it responsibly. I don't think there's any discussion about trading him, but I'm not going to demean someone who brings up something because they're desperate and they're thinking and being creative and going, God help me, I just want to win. I'm not going to make fun of that person. I can just deal with it and go, look, that's probably not happening, and here's why. And you move on. I don't think you need to, throw a plate of food at the wall like Kevin Spacey in American Beauty. 248-539.
Past the asparagus.
Great movie. Have you ever seen American Beauty? Okay, Kenny saw a movie that wasn't the last 10 years. Oh, all right, 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. After losing late last night to the Sharks in overtime, the Red Wings, now losers of 3 straight. They sit at the bottom of the Eastern Conference. And after being off to a disappointing 7-9-2 start, Captain Dylan Larkin shared his disappointment in last night's performance. The Wings take home ice on Thursday against the Islanders. Michigan football, they prepare for their final home game of the season as they play host to Northwestern. Wolverines are heavily favored for that meeting at the Big House, and at 5-5, they will need a win on Saturday to be bowl eligible. If not, their only chances lie in defeating number 2 Ohio State the following week. As for Michigan State, they will be featured in prime time this week as Friday night they host the 1-9 Purdue Boilermakers. That game will be aired on Fox. And the sports world is no stranger to trades, but how about a sports media trade? A big one was made yesterday between ESPN and TNT. ESPN will now be the new home of Inside the NBA, while TNT receives the rights to air 13 Big 12 football games and 15 Big 12 basketball games. The ESPN and TNT partnership will implement this new airing format beginning in the 2025-2026 regular season. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, stay tuned to 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get to it. We'll get back to business momentarily. Kenny, music, please. All right, Rico and the world as he sees it in college football, top 12 teams, 12 playoff spots. I got lots of thoughts from a chaos weekend. What do you got?
In a weekend that was supposed to go very smoothly.
Nope.
It did not. So I'm going to give you the honorable mention. At 15, Mike, they fell out of the top 12. University of Tennessee.
They're ass. They're frauds. They're garbage. I'm so glad Georgia did America a favor. Plus, no coach has a more punchable face than Josh Heupel. I don't know why. I just want to slug that guy. Plus, what kind of slob wipes their nose with their sleeve? You're a grown-ass man. You got an assistant holding your headset wire. You couldn't ask somebody for a tissue? I'm like, what is wrong with this man?
Maybe he should call Aaron Glenn and be like, can we get some help on the sideline?
Tennessee's been broken all year. They just haven't played anybody. See.
Kenny?
Oh, I'm with you, especially about on the Booger take. That's excellent.
Okay.
It's disgusting.
Well, let's stick with the SEC at 14, Texas A&M.
Yeah.
They get a chance to prove themselves.
They play their way in or they're going to play their way out. But they're clearly there. Elko, it's been such an improvement from Jimbo Fisher. And again, Colin Klein, it's been an acclamation to the type of offense he wants to run, settling on Reed as their quarterback. They've got a real shot to get this done. It's been pretty amazing.
At 13, Boise State.
All right, buddy, here's the deal. I know we got to let one of the small teams in, and I'm a proponent of that. This Boise team's no good. I've watched more of their games than I care to. And, yeah, Genti's running for more than 150 every week on 30 carries. That game last week was close until a pick six. He's not going to win the Heisman.
No, he's not. Either them or it's Tulane, but they're not in there.
What about Army?
At number 12, Mike, for you, Ole Miss.
I mean, listen, man, if they take care of business, they're in the playoff. They're at Florida this week. Then they get Mississippi State, who's a corpse. Jackson Dart said after that terrible loss at home, we have to win out. And that's what they're doing. And they're playing good football doing it. They had a big win a couple of weeks ago without Trey Harris, their best player. I think Ole Miss is absolutely a playoff team, man. I'm not telling you they're going to win the whole thing, but they're a playoff team.
Okay. At number 11, team that I think probably going to win the ACC, SMU. You've been on the SMU bandwagon for a while.
Yeah, I just don't think they belong here. Like, the ACC's bad. If you put the ACC and the Big 12 together, could you form a good league?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
You know what you would call it? You would call it the Big Ten. Four good teams and a bunch and 18 teams that blow.
SMU, we associate them with throwing the ball and high flying. It's not really their thing. Plus, their best player, R.J. Maryland's out for the season. Their star tight end. They run it a lot defensively, rushed passer, tons of havoc. I still don't think they win a shootout against Miami, but for now, you want to keep them there? I'm fine with it. Not mad about it.
At number 10, Kenny, for you, BYU.
Soaking it up, baby.
No, they can't be here. I'd have Colorado there before them.
Colorado was would have probably been 16 for me.
Well, in my world,
BYU's only lost once.
Yeah, and they should have lost 5 times. Look at their metrics.
I
Look at who they are. Their quarterback throws it like he's blindfolded. Retzlaff blows.
Okay, but I can't punish somebody for almost losing.
I can punish their fans for dressing up like idiots at their game.
That's fair.
Look at me. I'm a Teletubby.
Kenny was in the stands.
Hey, I've got ski goggles on. Idiots.
Kenny was there in the hot tub. All right, at number 9, University of Georgia.
They're in the playoff. Virtuoso performance doing America a favor, getting rid of Tennessee. Carson Beck looked great. Here's why I liked what I saw. Mike Bobo, tempo. Speed it up. Let's get in a rhythm. Let's play. And let's reintroduce Earth to our tight ends. Not only Delp, but Urisic, the kid they got from Stanford, who they just didn't use the first 6 weeks of the season. I think they're going to be fine. They're just chipping a chair, get in. Ain't nobody going to be pumped up to see Georgia in the first round of the playoff.
No, completely agree. They got to play their way better, but, I mean, yeah, you're right on.
Did they learn something from going tempo? Like, maybe we just should do this for the rest of the season?
See, this is what they always do, though. They figure out how to play football halfway through, and it's almost too late sometimes. That's how they lost to South Carolina a couple years back.
At number 8, Alabama.
Yeah, and it lends itself to my theory that the day they played in Tennessee, Milroe was nursing a big-time injury. He couldn't run, wouldn't run.
Yeah.
We saw more of who he really is, and with it, look, Alabama, if you want to talk about the team that's forgotten, like nobody forgets about Georgia, a team that's forgotten in all of this that we kind of wrote off, who's the most dangerous right now might be Bama. They're rounding into shape at the right time of year, and if Milroe's healthy, he's the annihilator of scheme. You can play it perfect. Hey, there he goes again. So
maybe the SEC has it right. You play your cupcakes at the end of this year. Get ready for the playoffs.
That's right.
At number 7, University of Miami.
Look, they will make the playoff. I still think they're going to get in. They're going to win the ACC. That defense, it's terminal. I don't think they can beat anyone of substance. Now, you get in, you get the bye week, fine. That defense, Rico. For the money they spent, oh my God, that defense is awful.
I almost want to see Miami make the playoffs, but not win the ACC, to see what Miami looks like up north. Miami in Columbus. That would be a fun game to watch. At number 6, they're going to get a chance to really prove themselves this weekend, Indiana. They were on a bye, but I actually dropped them.
Well, here, I'll just be the bearer of bad news for you. You can have them wherever you want in your power rank. They don't deserve to be there. Put them on a field with any of the teams you just mentioned, they lose to every single one of them.
BYU?
Every single one of them.
Wow. You think BYU's fraud.
Indiana's a fun story, but when you play a schedule ranked 106 in America and your best win is against cutscene Michigan, stop. But hey, you know what? This is what everybody wanted. You wanted your expanded playoff. I pray to God Georgia rolls the wagon into Bloomington and burns that stadium to the ground. I want Georgia, Indiana, so all these idiots pimping this thing when they were nowhere near Indiana in the summer like I was, over 5.5, cash that ticket. The point is, I want them eviscerated.
But what if Indiana wins? Ha ha.
What if Go ahead. What kind of action you want on that game?
Let's let it happen first.
I'm tired of it.
I got nothing to lose. I'll bet it.
Go Buckeyes. OHIO. Hope they win by 1,000 Saturday.
At number 5, shout out to Caller Rob, Notre Dame.
Caller Rob, we have not heard from him this week yet. I'm sure we will later in the week. I'd like to reassure Caller Rob that I will likely be backing his Notre Dame Fighting Irish minus 14. America's all over the Army Black Knights.
Wait. So you're not going with Army?
I love Army, and I will root for them. But they're a huge public underdog that's probably about to get slaughtered.
So you hate America. All right.
I do not. How dare you? I'm wearing an Army sweatshirt today.
You know what?
I can root for them.
You know who else wore an Army sweatshirt? Benedict Arnold. All right.
You know, I had a joke that I could say, but it'll get me in trouble. I'm not going to do it. The point I'm making is Notre Dame they're boring, but they're effective. And that defense is legit. Yankee Stadium Saturday night against Army. You know where my loyalties lie. But I need more points if I'm going to take Army.
Okay. At number 4, Penn State.
Bleep you. There's another team I want launched to the sun. Does Elon have a SpaceX plane? Put him up there with those stranded astronauts. Put James Franklin up there. I hate Penn State.
Penn State just quietly lost their game to Ohio State and went into the corner and said, we're not going to bother anybody. We're just going to hold this spot. Yep. They're going to get a home game. They won't win the Big Ten, but they will get a home game.
I don't think they'll beat a soul.
Depends.
Big game, small James.
Unless, in my world, they play Ole Miss.
Bring it.
That's going to be the game.
You don't want any part of that.
Which two coach will choke this game away?
Hey, hi, it's me again. It's the Ole Miss D-line. Enjoy that.
But it'll be a whiteout situation.
Ooh, I was at the Mo Bamba game. Shut up, you weirdos. I hate them. God, this playoff makes me angry. God, who's number 3?
Texas.
Fine enough.
At number 2, Ohio State.
Disagree.
Oh, should be. And at 1, Oregon.
Oregon's offense looks broken.
Now, see, I don't know. I need to see more. I think Oregon had the one scare that a lot of national title teams have.
They didn't play well against Michigan either, Rico.
They toyed with Michigan.
Well, they haven't.
No. They struggled and almost lost to Wisconsin. The Michigan game, I never felt like they were going to lose that game. The Wisconsin game, especially, I don't know why you ran the fake field goal late in the game. Like, Dan,
why would you take the ball out of the hands of your best player? Right. I have no idea. I don't trust Lanning in a big spot, okay? I'll say it. I still don't trust them. I know they beat Ohio State. They were very fortunate to do so because Will Howard acted like Kenny after 13 beers. Not optimal decision-making. Outside of... No.
So you would swap them out, Ohio State 1?
Yeah, just a quibble.
I got
you. No big deal.
But the head-to-head has to mean something.
Okay, Costa.
All right.
The games have to mean something.
Mike, you're going to be a problem. I know everything.
Go Army.
That's me being Costa. I know everything. All right. That is your college football playoff preview for Week 3, 97-1. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer that in the area that's leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer, and they will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. Stop in and check out Hamilton's great inventory, including the November Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Equinox EVLT. This all-electric SUV has great incentives to drive off with a payment as low as $199 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, you heard me right. An Equinox EV for under $200. The Equinox EV has the power to go the distance, and Hamilton, they got them in stock, ready for immediate delivery. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Over 40 years in Metro Detroit, Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They still have you covered 24/7. They got the buying power to get you the best equipment at the best price, period. Great customer service, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical, and plenty of generators in stock for when the power goes out. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, Kenny, few ticket checks, then we'll get back to the people. And believe it or not, if you're just joining the show, yeah, we're talking Red Wings. Another awful loss last night. It dropped the Wings to bottom of the Eastern Conference, 16th. And look, you're approaching Thanksgiving and the quarter pole, okay? And where you're sitting right now, because again, when I say quarter pole, understand something. If you play like this, the last 8-9 games of the season won't matter. You will be dead. So when you play great, you can use the same example going, man, if we keep this pace up, we can coast the last 7-8 games of the year. When you're bad and you're trying to make the playoffs in the brutal Eastern Conference of the NHL, I'm sorry, but you don't get to say time is an ally. It's not. Metrically, the team's awful. They do nothing well. They don't create shots. They don't take shots. They're terrible even strength. Pick a metric. Even Fenwick, they're dead last. The point is, I want to know where you're at with Steve Yzerman. Notice I didn't say where Rico and I are at. We're going to sit this one out because I'm tired of being the bad guy. I'm tired of having my character impugned because I don't suckle at the proverbial teat of Lord Yzerman. I just treat him like a GM. I don't care what he did as a player. It's immaterial to the conversation. And while many people look, oh, he knows more than you. Well, I'd sure hope so. You know, doctors know more than you. It doesn't mean you don't get a second opinion. The point is, it's year 6. It's not working. And the last 2 summers, Kenny and I were really upset about the offseason, and we're tired of veteran filler. You know, the Kops and the Comfers and the Gustafsons and the Holes and the Petries. We're tired of the filler. And yet, here we are. And I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know where it goes. But now all the rage is, hey, let's use Derek Lalonde as a meat shield.
I think we all saw that one coming.
Right, but that's boring to me. So I'm asking the people. Amen. They're not fun to watch. Last night, 10 shots in the first period, 9 the last 2 periods total against one of the worst teams in hockey. But hey, they got an Italian kid in Scalabrini, so that's nice. So look, where are you at with Yzerman, Yzerplan, Red Wings? They're playing the Islanders at home. That, if they play poorly, they will be booed off the ice for a 3rd time this year. And I think if you want Lalonde gone, then I guess you're rooting for a loss. That's your prerogative. I think blaming the coach is short-sighted. I'm more interested, don't blame the chef for the food being bad. Blame the food supplier. You want to know why the chef's got gruel on special? Oh, the filet didn't come with today's shipment. You're getting oatmeal.
They got a deal on gruel.
Right, gruel.
They didn't want to give out term to steak.
Yeah, we didn't want to give out the term to our meat supplier. Go ahead, Kenny.
Just wait until the new core shows up in 4 years, and then we can really tell if this rebuild was a successful one. That's
Yep. But
Justin.
don't you feel like that's the only thing they can sell?
Oh, they can actually sell those core players in the future 4 years from now. They can weaponize, A, their draft capital, but B, these players that are supposed to be really sweet. Get some insulation for these guys. We talked about it with the Tigers, too. Bring in a guy to insulate your young players. That's what this team can and should do. And I'm sorry, but Vladimir Tarasenko doesn't make the denim tight.
Okay, then.
When will the Yzer plan be deemed a failure? That's from Brian.
I'm asking the people because again, this is the same conversation I'm going to have with the Tigers and spending. I'm not going to be your boogeyman. I'm tired of it. You like what's going on? God bless. Enjoy. For me, we're in year 6, and if it continues like this, it is a failure. Because I'm sorry, but I don't live in a world where years 7 and 8 are qualified. At 7 or 8, it means I could have hired anybody off the street. If I hire somebody to build something and I go, you have no pressure on you to make the playoffs until year 7, I'll go hire George Costanza.
And a playoff that's not that hard to make. It's pretty easy.
And again, no one is saying he took over an easy situation. 99 GMs out of 100 who take over a team are taking over a grease fire. The Wings were a very difficult rebuild. No one's arguing. However, again, if I say to someone, if I said to a Lions fan, if I said to a Tiger fan, if I said to a Pistons fan, the new GM will have no pressure and you will shut your mouth and eat the gruel. They have 7 years to deliver you a playoff berth. You go, Jesus, who can't do that? Well, that's what we're staring down the barrel of a gun, aren't we? Mm-hmm. You hired the guy, and we're dead last in the East on November 19th. Not to mention the team is a replacement for melatonin. They're very boring to watch. I'm sorry. And don't give me this. You don't know what you're watching, idiot. Oh, come on. Give me some credit.
Michael, technically we're tied for last.
You're right. With Montreal. How's that rebuild going? Kenny, go ahead.
Please fire Lalonde and launch him into the sun. Team has massively regressed and very questionable moves from Yzerman, especially trading Wallman. Expected much better from this team this year, but they got lead in their ass. That's from Brandon in a car. If we don't make the playoffs, Yzerman is on the hot seat, in my opinion, unnamed texter.
Do you believe if they fire Lalonde, it turns it all around?
I think I think it's possible. I wouldn't rule it out.
Different direction, different voice.
Different direction, different voice, different system. Maybe they find something for the old and slow players to do.
Look, do we all agree they're better than this? Yes. However, are they 95-point good?
And also, if you fire Lalonde and you replace him, don't even throw out a name. Whoever you pick. What's the goal here? Are we just going to hire a new coach to just barely miss the playoffs again? I mean, that can't be the solution, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if the solution is waiting till year 7 or 8, why not?
I personally, I would have fired him last offseason and then just started fresh. We got a new voice in the locker room. We start training camp fresh.
Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good, Mike. What's on your mind?
I don't know what to make of this team. Yzerman and the head coach are on completely separate levels. If you look at all of Yzerman, Lalonde's system is meant you have to have fast players who dig hard into corners, and you have to, skate fast and do all that stuff. I mean, when Larkin went down last year, they lost 7 straight games because he's their fastest and best player. And Yzerman is just picking up slow guys. Tarasenko doesn't fit the system. Patrick Kane doesn't really fit the system. There's such a clear mismatch, and I think, I don't think Yzerman really gave him a chance. And my big issue is that Yzerman has continuously said to young players, you have to earn your spot. And when I watch Jeff Petrie, when I watch Ben Sherrod out there, it's not NHL quality. And I don't believe Yzerman when he says the new guys have to earn it, because they should have already been there. Imagine last year if Simon Edmondson came up in December, or if Marco Kasper came up a little bit earlier last year, they probably would have been in the playoffs. A rookie does not automatically become your second best defenseman just in one offseason, and nor does your number 2 center, Marco Kasper, become, a must-have guy just in one offseason. You're just giving this away. And the biggest thing is, I know you guys say watch for the prospect. Axel Sandin-Pellikka did not come over to North America because we had 8 guys who were AHL defensemen in front of him. If you could have brought Axel Sandin-Pellikka over this year, he would have had, with a real shot to make the team, he might be up here and our defense might be significantly better. But instead, you have these AHL guys just sitting here, and you're not giving the young guys a chance, and that's what really disappoints me. I feel like I'm being lied to.
And that's the problem. And it's the same thing. Look, we are all dying to see Sebastian Cossa at some point. Okay? 6'6" goalies with his skill and projection do not grow on trees. The problem is the kid's 20 or 21 years old, right? So that was never going to be a quick fix. You could listen, I still consider an NHL goalie at age 23 extremely young. The point I'm making is, Mike, they didn't go out and do anything in the meantime to bring in legitimate goaltending. Now, if you think Talbot's the answer, that's your prerogative. I don't. He's been off to a good start.
I'm not so upset with the goaltending. I think the goaltending's been good, but this defense is just so awful. Like the pass going from behind like a shot directly, a one-timer in the slot that yesterday happened, defense can't let that in. Defense cannot, like if you're going to play that system, you can't allow one-timers in the slot. Like that's an insanely tough save to make. And like, just bring up the kids at this point, because right now, these AHL defensemen are not getting it done. And I'd rather see, maybe give Derek Lalonde like a chance. Maybe like, hey, Derek, I'm going to give you a chance to try to save your season. You can bring up whoever you want. I'm not going to hold anything back. You try to fix it, because these defensemen are not good. They're just not.
No, and they haven't been. And they probably won't be, because A, you have kids who you're not giving a shot to, and B, you have veteran filler. You're not signing legitimate players with term. You're not bringing people here that can play on a night in, night out basis, plus professional NHL caliber hockey.
And quickly on Costa, the reason that I don't advocate for bringing him up just yet is because when the defense is so bad that you're getting pumped about 40 shots a game, I'm not going to subject my young 20s goalie to
that. And if that's what you took out of what I said, then I didn't articulate it right.
That's I'm just saying for all those people that want Costa
I'm
here.
saying I could have bought myself all the time necessary if they would have brought in a legitimate goalie, the way we've wanted the last 2 years. The problem is when we brought it up the last 2 years, you can't do that. Costa's on the horizon. And then you and I are sitting here going, no, he's not. They want it both ways.
In a couple of years, maybe, but not right now.
Right. And again, you could bring him up at age 22 or 23, and you're still not going to ask him to start 70 games. We want that. We pray to God he's the next Patrick Waugh or the next, a Fleury or whatever. Like, Christ. But it's like, man, if everything is just about a day far away, then why are you charging people real money right now?
Okay.
Okay, then. You've heard us mention Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex tanking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough trucks from Northville to cover 26 football fields, and there is a reason they can move that level of product. It's all in the warehouse. It's all in stock. Some as low as $1.59 a foot. Plan it, build it, buy it, all at Northville. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Straight to the people. Packed phone lines today. And look, we're rolling with it. I mean, we talked to Lions yesterday. They're amazing. We're going to get back to the Lions. But for today, this is kind of a big story here locally. And you, the people, are really driving it. There's passion. There's a lot of angst. There's been no real yelling. I think everybody's, behaving themselves. It's just, what the hell are we even doing? I mean, the Red Wings are bottom of the Eastern Conference. They lost to the Sharks last night of all teams. And we're having an Yzerman conversation. And we've flipped the script. You don't need to worry about where we're at. Go ahead. You tell us where you're at. Because ultimately, we haven't seen eye to eye with Red Wing fans for a few years. So I don't, I'm tired. I'm not going to sit here and be your Huckleberry. You don't like what I have to say about the Yzer plan. Fine. But don't you dare bring me some bum-ass receipt in years 7 or 8. You don't get to do it. If you had to wait 7 or 8 years with that receipt for your rebuild, you weren't right.
No.
You were just a sucker.
Yeah. You just waited in line all night long.
Right. I don't want to hear it. Oh, I got the new PS5. Yeah, you camped out overnight and froze your right testicle off. Congratulations. I hope the games are worth it. I don't want to hear it. We're in year 6. This does not look right. This does not look good. And Kenny, by any of his nerd metrics, this team's bottom 5 in the league. So we agree they're better than this, but are they 95 point better by firing Lalonde? I can't say that. I'd be lying to my listeners. Right. Let's go to Mario, 97.1. Mario, how you doing, brother?
Good afternoon, Mike. How are you doing?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Good. Mike, I'm going to go out on a limb here, so bear with me for a minute. First off, I believe we've reached the point where Derek Lalonde needs to be fired, unfortunately. Now, having said that, that doesn't mean that Yzerman is not to blame for some of the woes of this team. And I'll explain that in a second. Let me give you some underlying stats here with respect to Lalonde. I agree that Lalonde, based on the playoff run last year, they got knocked out on the last day of the season. It looked like the players were playing for him. They played hard for him. I believe he should have been brought back this year. I think it was only fair, okay? I've always advocated that he should have been on a short leash. And here's where I believe I'm proven right. When you look at some of the underlying stats, okay, you've got Dylan Larkin, 15 points in 18 games. He's a -7. Lucas Raymond, 17 points in 18 games. He's a -5. Alex DeBrincat, 17 points in 18 games. He's a -10. And it gets worse. Listen to this. JT Comfort, who's being paid, $5 to $6 million a year? He's a -1. He's only got 6 points in 17 games. Okay? Andrew Kopp, he's a +2. Again, getting paid between $5 to $6 million a year. 7 points in 18 games. Let me go on. Vladimir Tarasenko, $5 million a year. 7 points in 17 games, and he's a -4.
Dear God. This is depressing.
Michael Rasmussen.
Okay, hold on. We don't need Mario. We don't need a whole roster. You're painting a hell of a picture here, and it looks like a giant poop emoji. So let's just keep it moving.
Okay, so let me get to where I pin some of the blame on Yzerman. Okay, so Yzerman had to trade Mata and Wallman to get under the cap this year because of the signings. Okay, that's fine, but Yzerman had an opportunity on June 15th to buy out Justin Hall. The buyout, would have saved $2.3 million on the cap. So right now, they have $2.8 million that they're under the cap. When you add that buyout that should have happened, that would have given them $5.1 million to play with to either bring in a player or two, to supplement the woes. At the end of the day, Mike, we've reached the point where Lalonde has to go. Look at the defensive structure. Everyone's a minus. You've got your top forward.
Yeah, but hold on. Here's Mario. I want to step in because look, you make a good point, but it's like you're fighting against your own point. The players you have here are simply not good enough. Now you want to blame Lalonde, who wants to play a defensive system. Well, what defensive core did you give him? Outside of Mo Sider, how many of these defensemen would play top 4 minutes on a playoff team? How many? I'm an ignoramus. You tell me. Go ahead, Kenny.
Just Simon Edvinsson. He's been playing spectacular.
Okay.
And that's it.
So you got one.
Yep.
So you want to play a defensive system. Do you have high-level goaltending? No. Talbot's off to a good start, but let's not get carried away. You don't have an ace goalie. You don't have a good defensive core, meaning 3 nice pairings with an elite top 4. You don't have it. Well, wait a minute. Is it the guy who's supplying the pieces or the coach who becomes the piñata for the fan base because they're too scared or emotionally incapable to go after their hero? That's the problem I have. It's like, hey, you want to get rid of Lalonde? Get rid of him. I won't lose any sleep. But what does that fix the players he's been provided?
You know what I worry about is, all right, they fire Lalonde. I feel like amongst the fan base and the Steve bots, this buys Steve even more time.
How?
Because the piñata was used. It was all this guy's fault. You get a couple more years.
Yep. It's because as soon as you bring in the next coach, he gets 3 years.
Oh, God.
To fix this.
All right, do
and
me
he
a
just
favor.
got here.
I'll just set my alarm clock for when Nate Danielson's up and when Kosa's up and when I'm allowed to just care or judge anything.
You'll be busy watching Max Clark.
You know, you make a smart-ass remark, but the reality is, how's it any different than what the Tigers are doing? I mean, they made the playoffs, and the first thing we read about the offseason is, they're not going to really move anything up, and they don't want to sign anybody with term. I'm like, if I got to hear about this term thing again, I'm going to lose my mind.
Mm-hmm. That's why I said it. And I know you're a big Max Clark fan.
I don't care about Max Clark. If I could get Vladdy Guerrero tomorrow and sign him to a 10-year deal, I'd have a postage stamp on Max Clark's ass. I don't care. I don't know if he's going to be any good. And anyone who claims they do is a liar. If anybody had predictive measure on prospects, you'd be the wealthiest man on the planet.
Come on, man. You watching the minor league games?
No, I have a life.
Watching some Lansing lug nuts.
Yeah, I got the CCTV feed at Joker Marchant Stadium. The hell out of here. All right, winter's going to be here soon. So, football, playoffs, Super Bowl drive. Old Nation has their winter beer release, Solace. It is the perfect fireside companion for football. It is delicious. Now, it looks dark and heavy, but it's easy drinking. Don't be intimidated. Sold wherever great beer is sold. The complete lineup of Old Nation products, brewed respectfully right in Williamston in the great state of Michigan. Taste the difference. Support local. Support independent. It's Old Nation Brewing Company, and they remind you to please drink responsibly.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Awards week continues for Major League Baseball as tonight MLB Awards Manager of the Year honors. A.J. Hinch, a candidate for that after leading the Tigers to the postseason. Tarek Skubal, also a frontrunner to win tomorrow's Cy Young Award. Rookie of the Year awards were given out last night to pitchers Paul Skeens and Luis Yeel. Speaking of baseball, construction continuing at Comerica Park as next season behind the home plate seating will be climate controlled. Fans treated to that luxury. Meanwhile, Lions, they have the luxury of being the odds-on favorite for the Super Bowl, looking to fill the 6 to 8 week void of losing Alex Anzalone to a broken forearm. Detroit signing 28-year-old linebacker David Long to the practice squad. Last year, Long led the Dolphins in tackles. He was placed on special teams unit this season and released by Miami just last week. Finally, lots of happenings in college football. Michigan hosting Northwestern for their final home game on Saturday. Spartan Stadium opening its doors to the 1-9 Purdue Boilermakers for a Friday night primetime matchup. And the Victory Cannon Trophy up for grabs tonight as Western Michigan battles Central Michigan. That game can be heard on the BetQL 1270. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket, or you can head to Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. Good to have you with us. And look, it's been a really, I think, a good day. People are venting a little bit. No one's gotten crazy. No one's using the F word. No. But we're talking about the Red Wings. Their West Coast trip, disastrous. The start to this season, disastrous. They ranked dead last in the East. They ranked 30th in the league in points. They ranked bottom 5 in every metric you could find, whether you like expected goals or Fenwick or anything in between. They're one of the worst teams in the league 5-on-5. They're one of the worst teams in the league at shot creation. Last night, 10 shots in the first period, 9 the remainder of the game. How do you have 3 shots on goal in the third period against the San Jose Sharks, who define being toothless? They're awful. So we've asked the question, okay, you don't like what Rico and I have to say about your blessed Red Wings. No problem. You tell us what you think. Because while everybody wants to scream about Derek Lalonde, I'm not sure of whether that's really the discussion we should be having. Do we get to question what Steve Yzerman's doing? Doesn't it feel like he kind of punted on this season? I mean, again, here's been the Yzer plan. Veteran filler. When veteran filler falls off roster, more veteran filler. The kids have to earn their place, veteran filler. Just wait for the kids to come up, veteran filler. And you're left going, all right, so now I'm left waiting for Danielson, Nygaard, Palika, and Kosa. 2026? So that'd be year 7? And right here, right now, listen, your season's not over. No. But you've put yourself in a tough spot because you just haven't started. There's no juice. And look, if you want to make the playoffs in the East, Kenny, you could shoot me down, shoot Rico down, right? We're hockey buffoons. You're going to need in the mid-90s for points, right?
Minimum, absolutely.
Okay, well, does this look like a team that's capable of that? Not currently, they don't. Is it firing the coach? Where are you at with the Yzer plan? That's the conversation we're having. You tell us how we should feel, because you don't like my standards. I don't want to hear excuses. I don't. And if you want to understand, take the name and the winged wheel, throw it in the garbage. Here's how you do it. Any team in sports who's terrible hires a GM. Imagine the owner going up there and going, here's the deal. There will be no pressure on this man, and you're not going to get a payoff until year 7. Now, everybody, Spanky McGillicuddy. And you're like, wait a minute. That's what you're asking people like me to do with Yzerman. And then you want me to believe the Red Wings is the single most difficult rebuild in the history of professional sports. And you want me to basically go, guys, it's no big deal. There shouldn't be any criticism. If you criticize them, you're an idiot. You don't know hockey. You're not watching Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds hockey. Fine enough. But understand what you're advocating. That you were willing to give him 7 years to deliver, not a cup, the paltry result of a playoff spot. I don't exist in that world. And I don't think that makes me a bad person. It just makes me different than a lot of you. So, Kenny, you yelled at Rico, and you owe the man an apology.
Sorry about that, Rico. My bad.
You did. Pre-show, Kenny went nuts about the Wings.
Yeah, it was passion. It was, Kenny, how are you? I was like, Jennifer, hi, Kenny, and he just lost it.
Yeah, here's the call. Now, if you can do it without yelling at the man, what is your take on this?
I think going into that road trip, I wanted them to win 2 or 3, which I know that sounds like a lot for this team, but hear me out. You're playing the Sharks, one of the worst teams in the league. You're playing the Ducks, one of the worst teams in the league. LA is legit. They're good. But you need to win 2 out of those 3 games, and I don't really care which order. They came away from that road trip with nothing. They got outshot badly in all the games, especially in the LA game. I think the total was like 41 to like 15 or something. But what you're saying about Steve and the Yzer plan, or whatever you want to call it, the bots will tell you, oh, well, year 1 is a free pass. You get nothing in year 1. Look at what he had to take over. And I think that's a little short-sighted, especially considering year 6. We're in year 6, and we're talking about this team might not make the playoffs. We have to fire the head coach. At some point, you kind of have to talk about the guy who's buying the groceries. And it hurts me to do it because I love Steve. We've had a couple of callers say, look, I love Steve, but things have to change. I think that's ultimately the tone that this has to take, is Steve has to shoulder some of the burden of this. This is what he wanted. This was his plan. Bringing in Tarasenko was supposed to be, depth scoring. He's like a -4, and I think he scored like 2 goals. It's not good enough. None of this is good enough.
And if you care about odds, if you care about people whose livelihood is odds, right? The live odds on the Wings to make the playoffs right now, 16 teams are in the Eastern Conference, all right? The team with the longest odds, the Blue Jackets, plus 3,000. Second longest, Canadiens, plus 1,300, right? The dregs of the East. Flyers at 430, Pens at 400, Wings at 300. That puts you 12th. 12th. In live, like, here's where you are. And, guys, these are all, like, come on, you're developing the odds bid on algorithm, too. This isn't a point spread for a game. They're just putting out future odds. They don't want to create a liability for themselves, but, like, here's what they think about you. So if we make the assumption they're not going to make the playoffs this year, where does that put you? And if you think firing Lalonde is the elixir, I'm not going to yell at you. If you're saying, look, I just don't view the world the way you do, Mike, and I'm fine waiting for Danielson and Palika and Kosa, hey, that's cool. I'm not going to sit here and scream and yell at you. I'll leave that for other people. For me, I don't know what the hell we're doing. Because while we're waiting for a day far away, they're charging you real money right now. This is just not an entertaining product in year 6 of a rebuild by any measure. It's not fun at all. No. Kenny, watching that, remember that Ranger game a couple weeks ago? They had like 10 shots on goal.
Yeah, no. It's
and they stole a win, and you didn't even feel good about it.
Playing Lalonde's system, firing Lalonde may work. It might. I'm not saying it won't. I just don't think that's all of the elixir. That's a part of it. That's some of it.
Firing Lalonde quiets everybody for about a year and a half, 2 years, because you now have to give the next coach time to get in there.
My concern is that they bring in somebody new. Let's say Jim Montgomery from Boston. He just actually got fired. They bring in a new guy, and then, look, new guy just got here, new system. Steve gets a couple more years before we can be critical.
Right. Now, you're hoping new guy brings the new coaching bump where all of a sudden everything changes and now you're a playoff team.
Oh, like Jonathan Smith.
But if not...
We almost went the whole show, Rico. Did you see that?
Mike. Just, do you need to get it out of your system again?
Sorry.
Do you need 5 minutes?
I'm good.
We can give Kenny. Can we give him 5 minutes?
Sure.
No.
You sure?
That was out of line, and I want to apologize to everybody.
Okay.
Let's go to the people.
Let's go to the people.
Let's go to Connor to lead off the 5 o'clock. Connor, how you doing, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
How are you,
Hey,
sir?
Connor.
I think that like everyone seems to have the same thought here. Like it's not just Lalone or just the way Yzerman's built things. I was looking at all of the dead cap, and by dead cap, I mean the cops of the world. We're wasting probably $20 to $25 million. And the whole just wait for the kids argument thing doesn't really hold any weight. If you want to get real nerdy with me for a second, the Griffins were winning in the minor leagues while the Wings were winning cups. Kids were coming up. These guys named Zetterberg and Datsuk and all those guys, they were coming out of the system while we were winning cups, and the reason we were able to go for it for 20 years. So I will never listen to the whole wait for the kids thing whether it's the Tigers or the Red Wings or anybody else. It just doesn't make sense. And don't let anybody make fun of you for not knowing puck. You don't need to know puck to diagnose ED.
Oh, what metric would that be, Connor? No, so Connor, what happens? I mean, where are we at 6 years into this? And kind of what's your answer? Like what should we be feeling about the Yzer plan?
I mean, it's funny. It's funny you say that because like he did this in Tampa. He got Tampa out of this middling he did with the Ryan McDonough trade. If anybody's cares to look that one up. But like he did this, trade this dead money away, trade away a pick, bring in a star. He can do it at any moment, and I don't know how it will go with no trade clauses, but like there's a ball to be worked here. I think firing Lalone is the way to go. I mean, you got Moritz Seider tweeting about it, which that is absolutely amazing that he tweeted what he just tweeted, but. Like
Kenny, can you share? Hold on one second, Connor. Kenny, Mo Sider's your godson. What the hell's he doing on social media?
I will check his Twitter right now.
Okay, go ahead, Connor. Continue.
Oh, Kenny, it'll make your day what he tweeted. But anyway, fire Lalone, sure, and make a move, do something. There is definitely a way out of this.
Do you feel like we should at least consider, as Kenny puts it, weaponizing your prospects? That you need to go shopping, that not every prospect gets to stay, and maybe you put a few of them together, you put some draft capital together, and you've got to add another star to this team. You've got to be able to add a star, and the price that the other team will have to pay is taking on one of your dead bodies.
Steve has literally done it before. I mean, this McDonough trade, I'm sure you guys might not know about it, but like a while ago, or when he was manager at Tampa, he traded away a first-round pick or something, a dead guy, and he brought in at the time one of the best defensemen in the NHL. Like he did that, and that's what propelled Tampa into the 10-year monolith that they're going to end up being.
And that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for this Yzerman difference. I'm waiting beyond the player development, beyond the drafting. I'm waiting for the golden Yzerman move where you're like, how did we do that? Kenny, you're smiling ear to ear. What's going on?
Connor was right. I absolutely love what Mo Sider just tweeted.
And you're going to tell us about it next?
Yes, I'll tell you about it next.
But I kind of want to know now.
That's called a tease, Mike.
We'll get to it next. And I don't want to hear a word from you.
Be curious.
I'm going to go take a tinkle. I want to come back. I want to be surprised about this Mo Sider news.
Hold on, let me change my laptop so you can't walk past.
And please.
No, because you're going to see exactly what he said.
Appreciate that. Go ahead.
I'm here for you, Mike. The holiday season is upon us. The holiday season is upon us. And I need internet service that allows me to stream all the football action while I'm on the go. That's Xfinity. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with the great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the football action, Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows like Yellowstone. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats during football season. Get started today. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity door today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Hi there. You've heard me talk about David Feminino for a long time. Just listen to results that David and his team have gotten for injured clients. $3.5 million, $5 million, $11.5 million. You guys, you need an attorney that'll fight for you, obviously, but you need someone you can get a hold of, you can talk to. You call David, he answers. 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getpaid.com. All right, well, if you had me referencing Mo Sider's Twitter on your bingo card, you win. Apparently, Kenny's godson has tweeted something that is, I don't know, Kenny's smiling ear to ear. Go ahead.
Let's play a game called Something or Nothing.
Oh, God.
Or did a little research.
Okay.
We're not going to even air this.
Okay, never
Not
mind. Never mind. Why is that?
Not his account.
Thank God.
Really?
Okay,
Yeah.
Good.
It has 14,000 followers.
That doesn't mean anything, Kenny.
Okay.
I would like to think that Mo Sider would have more than that, but no, not his account.
The fake account reacted to the firing of Jim Montgomery.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. This is why you check on things. This is why we have an adult in the room.
Thank you, Rico. That would have been a disaster.
Thank you. Because Kenny was thinking with the wrong head. 248-539-9797. In lieu of a Twitter update, we now return to reality and sanity in my world. We go to the people. Let's go to Scott, 97.1. Scotty, what's going on, bud?
Not a whole lot. I was excited to hear what Sider tweeted there. I'm a little disappointed.
Well, listen, we had to have an adult in the room, and Rico was allowed to put Kenny back in his place. Kenny almost got fooled. Go ahead, Scotty.
I'm just going to build off the last guy that called in right there. I kind of agree with them. I don't see Lalonde as really the problem. I feel like we've improved every year, but it's a personnel thing right now. I hated losing Ghost. I hated losing Perron. I know Perron's, again, one of those veteran fillers, but he was effective. I mean, he put up 50 points, 20 goals. He does the right things on a shift-to-shift basis. Ghost is almost, if not, one of the leading defensive guys. Like, I don't understand why we couldn't make it work with those guys, but, I mean, we had to sign our young kids, but, like, you made a point, like, they're not producing right now. Like, it stinks, and, again, building off the last caller, but, like, Eisman does come up with these moves, like dealing St. Louis late in his career and not signing him to the candidate team. Like, he does understand it. He's going to know more than we know ever sitting in that chair right there. It's just extremely disappointing and extremely frustrating after how last season almost finished on a good note.
Yeah, and look, Scotty, to me, and you can tell me I'm wrong, my feelings won't be hurt. If they don't make the playoffs this year, then I don't want to hear anyone taking any credit for any success that may come down the line. Because if you get to year 7 or 8, I ain't trying to hear it. I mean, making the playoffs is not some great accomplishment. Would you agree with that?
I mean, based on our history, I mean, I've been spoiled my whole life. I grew up on the Wings being good. Like, from day one, I remember us getting swept by New Jersey Devils, and they just slowly got better as I grew up, and then all of a sudden this happens right now. And the only guy I really can root for on a night-to-night basis is Larkin right now. Maybe Raymond at the end of the year, and Sider really his first year and a half. It's tough. It's really tough to watch, like you said right now. It's a rough product, to say the least, if you will.
That's the thing that really bugs me and I mean, Scotty, listen, I mean, like I said, I grew up an Islander fan. They got their act together. They started to be decent the last 5 years. They made a nice run in the COVID bubble. The point is, the Islanders under Trotz played the most boring hockey on the planet. The Islanders were trying to win games 2-1. Not a good product. Now, they were winning, and you're tolerant of it, but it's not a good product. So it's this combination of if it's not exciting and you're losing,
right,
I really can't help you. Right. Like, I mean, I feel for people if they pay to watch this. Now, I think when they play the Isles, what is that? Is that Thursday night?
They're getting booed, so.
Well, they've been booed off the ice twice. Once against the Jets, once against the Pens. Paying customer Costa, PCC, season ticket holder, James Anthony Costa. I'm hearing whispers. Could be a Fire Stevie chant if Jim's unhappy when they play the Isles. I told him that's not a good idea. You don't want to use that F word.
Will he walk the concourse with the sandwich board on?
It's possible.
Isles Thursday, Boston Saturday. So that's tough.
No, but you know what, Kenny? You're not going to have the Ducks and the Sharks on your schedule
And
every night.
when you do, you have to capitalize. That's why I was so upset.
I know. Look, it's more about the big picture that if this is who they are, let's say they're not this bad, but they're not that good, and they just don't make the playoffs they don't make the playoffs this year. What is your view of the Iser thing? That's what we've been discussing. I don't have to offer you my view. You gotta perform at a certain point. Like the people that are driving home right now, you're driving home from real jobs with real accountability. And oh, well, it's not the same. He's a sports executive. Well, no, it's even worse that you don't have accountability when you're playing fantasy sports for a living. That's what you're doing. You're buying and selling athletes. You're making video game trades. Yes, it's more nuanced, but let's not act like you're saving lives. Like there's an accountability that you don't get to go 5 months at your current job without accountability. Why would I have a sports executive go 5 years? Like, I just don't live in the world that some people live in. And that's fine. You want to view me as a bad guy because of it? Cool. But if they don't make the playoffs in year 6, pardon me if I won't be inflating the balloons in year 7 if they do. Like, come on, man. At a certain point, the hell are we doing?
Right.
And they can turn this around, but man, they got to get moving. It's bad. And I know the game was late last night anyways, but man, trying to stay awake for that was arduous at best. When you're in the middle of a 6-shot period, you're like, oh boy.
It's nothing about staying up late. You know, you're not as tired when your team wins, but my God, when they lose, you realize all the time you spent watching this product.
Let's go to Kyle, 97.1. Kyle, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Kyle. What's up?
Just first time call here. Actually, just got out of the dentist as well. I heard they call earlier. I've been home for a long time here.
Okay. Well, welcome.
But thank you. I appreciate it. Basically, I mean, you guys are talking 6 years here. You know, the game has changed so much in the past decade. It's insane to me. You don't get these big guys out there anymore that, you know, there's not really too many bruisers. There's not too many things going on to where you can really manipulate these guys' speed anymore and just their skill level. And when the team doesn't mesh, they're not going to mesh. We could have all the skill we want, and if we're not meshing together, we're not going to win. And I think we have plenty of skill. We have plenty of young guys. You know, average height in the NHL now is 5'11", 170 pounds. Back in the 90s when I was growing up, it was way different. Just like the NBA, the whole sport has changed. We have to adjust accordingly. And at the same time, I think that Iserman and the coach are definitely scapegoats to a lot of it, because there's much more to the front office than just that.
So my question is, all right, Kyle, let's say they don't make the playoffs in year 6. Just what is your takeaway from what the Iserman era has been? Because, look, I think people have been infinitely patient. And then when people have asked for more, they've been vilified. So if this is who they are, let's say they're not this bad, but they're not really good. They just don't make the playoffs. Where are you going to be at as a diehard Wings fan with the Iserman experience?
I mean, I'm a Detroit sports fan through and through. I've sat here through the Tigers era. I've sat here through, you know, the Lions not making them past the wild card since '91. Since last year, I've sat through this whole Pistons rebuild that, you know, you look at Houston and what they've done, and not to get off subject, but it just doesn't seem like we have the right people in place to make the right decisions to, you know.
Well, Kyle, here's the bottom line in all of it, right? Iserman reports to no one. So if you're saying the right people aren't in place, listen, the wind blows hardest at the top of the flagpole. Like, that's the cool part about being the boss. You take all the credit, but you also take all the blame. So, like, it's going to fall at his desk. My message would be this. If they're not going to make the playoffs, I'm bringing the kids up. If I'm going to be bad, I'm going to be bad and develop.
Bad with a purpose.
That's it. Now, that doesn't mean you throw Costa to the Wolves. It doesn't mean you rush Danielson blindly. I'm just saying there has to be an eye on if this isn't better in the next month, a.k.a. Christmas, where we have a real hard pathway to make the playoffs, then yeah, I think you have to come out and say, I'm making changes. And the changes will be veteran filler out, and I'm playing the kids.
I don't think you're going to get that bump that the Tigers got, but kind of what the Tigers did, where they were like, you know what? We're not going to make the playoffs. Let's bring everybody
We're doing
up.
goalie chaos. We're going to play 7 goalies every night.
That's kind of how they started the season, though. We have 4 of them.
Bring in the
Why?
butterfly goalie.
Yeah, Campbell on the way up.
I mean, Kenny, is that crazy for me to suggest that?
Oh, absolutely not. It's fine to have expectations.
If I asked you by January 1st, name 3 kids you would bring up and feel are remotely ready to play NHL hockey, even if they're going to take their lumps, but you're not going to ruin them, who would the 3 be?
Wouldn't be Kosa.
No. The goalies are a totally different conversation.
It might be Nygaard. It might be Sandin Pellikka, and it might be Danielson.
Now, Danielson's gotten hot.
Yep.
In the minors. I mean, I've read a couple articles here since the beginning of the year where he started slow. He's gotten hot. Okay, so those 3, if this isn't better by Christmas, is that our show summit?
Yes, but realistically, Mike, I can't see him doing that. I just can't see him doing that.
Why do you have to kill our dreams?
I'll kill it even more. I feel like he'd be closer to selling at that point than he would be calling up the young guys.
Well, hold on. You can sell, and that would justify bringing up the kids, no?
I agree. I'm with you.
Sure, there'll be a robust market for Andrew Kopp.
Or are you talking about selling the kids?
Yeah, selling the kids.
Oh.
That's what I thought Kenny was saying.
Oh, Kenneth Cott. Okay, excuse me. 248-539-9797. Black Friday savings all month long at Paulson's. Unlike the Wings, the Lions bring you a lot of joy. Super Bowl run. Get your man cave ready. Hell, I ran into somebody today that already booked their trip for New Orleans for the Super Bowl. You may as well get the man cave kitted for the Super Bowl yourself. Paulson's, huge TVs, home theater setup, speakers, sound bars, you name it, they got it. Professional installation team, they got it. They even have a commercial division if you're a business owner, bars, restaurants, offices. Go to their showroom, first-class experience, and meet with the pros to get what you need for your Super Bowl drive. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. Just visit paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com. All right, next time you're outside, take a look at your roof. Now, that's kind of a dumb question because you can't. I mean, you're not Manute Bol. So here's the deal. Roofing experts agree yearly inspection by a licensed contractor. It's the only way to avoid a major problem with the roof. So Victor's is going to get up there, do a free 21-point roof inspection. They'll check everything from the top of the roof and the attic, catch even the smallest issue. Then they'll craft a plan. And if you decide to do work with them, they guarantee a perfect installation every time, and they put a 50-year leak-free guarantee on top of that. Free 21-point roof inspection today. Call 734-773-1100 or visit victors.com. It's Victor's Home Solutions, trusted by homeowners, guaranteed for 50 years. All right. Unbelievable job by you guys today. We're not going to be able to get to every call, but look, Red Wings fans are upset. And no, not one person really used the F word today.
No.
Not the one that rhymes with duck either. I'm talking about fire. No one's talking that way. No. I think it's okay to have an honest discourse and go, look, the Wings are off to a god-awful start, metrically or visually, whatever you want to talk about. And they're tied for last in the East. And where are we at with Yzerman? Where are we at with the rebuild?
Yeah.
And I think the big takeaway for us today is this. If this is who they are, remotely, if they don't rally and rise like the Phoenix and make the playoffs, A, I don't want to hear anybody shaking their ass in year 7 if they make the playoffs. You've lost that right. They had to make the playoffs this year. But B, firing Lalone, I think it's about a 50-50 split with fans. I don't have a big opinion on it. They want to play a defensive system. I don't think Stevie did the things necessary to do that. I don't think your defensive core is where it needs to be. But I'm an ignoramus, so it doesn't matter. But the other thing is they've got about a month to turn this around. And if we're approaching Christmas and it doesn't look vastly different, I think it's something where you've got to go, okay, we admit this is a lost season. We admit we're not going to sit here. We're going to use it as development. Maybe you bring up a couple of the kids.
Yeah,
if Danielson keeps killing it in the minors, or if Nygaard is ready, I think you've got to do something.
Yeah, not tanking, but we're going to be bad, but let's be bad for a purpose. Let's have a purpose.
Develop.
Let's see what we have in the system. And
Now,
if
look,
they're ready.
They play the Islanders Thursday night here. Now, they've been booed off the ice twice, against Winnipeg and against Pittsburgh. Costa was in the crowd both times. If they're bad again Thursday, and Jim has tickets to that game, I begin to blame Jim Costa. I think that's really where we end up.
Wait, so blame Jim instead of Steve or Derek. I like that.
I mean, I know you listened a little bit. I mean, what's your take? I thought we were pretty measured because I told you, Rico and I weren't delivering a huge opinion today. You guys know where we're at. I can't sit here in year 6 of a rebuild, not make the playoffs, and tell you it's, don't bleep on my head and tell me it's raining.
No, I'm with you guys. Here's the thing. Like, you can say, and nobody's going to disagree. You want to get rid of Derek Lalonde? Nobody's going to fight you on it. However, you still got issues. I do feel like Steve kind of punted on this season. I kind of feel it's all about the future, and he doesn't want to sign any guys to term. However, you look at the 2 guys a couple of years ago, Kopp and Comfort, those were bad signings. So you look at this year, and they got worse defensively, and they almost made the playoffs last year. There was a lack of urgency this year, I feel, to try to make the postseason, and now we're seeing it, and they're not just bad.
They're boring.
They're boring,
not trying to be rude.
But might be lottery bad. Like, they might be top 5 pick bad. They really might be.
Okay, I'm not ready to go there. I'm making a point, Jeff, that if they're not this bad, and we just agree they're not going to be exponentially better, then you're just a low lottery, non-playoff team, right? You're just a bad team. You're stuck in the middle.
Which is a bad place to be.
But if the plan is just wait for 26 and 27, wait for Costa to be between the pipes 60 times, wait for Palika and for Nygaard and for Danielson, and you wait for, then I'm sorry, but if you're selling this faraway dream, then you don't get to charge people real money now.
But by the way, that might not work out either. Like, nobody knows that that's going to work out. It's not like, hey, we guarantee deep playoff runs in 2027 with the kids. No, he saw a team that almost made the playoffs last year, whether he thought that was going to happen or not. And this offseason was abysmal. So you can talk about Lalonde, and Lalonde's done a bad job. I mean, he's got guys making big-time money in that room.
Do you think a seed change from playing a defensive system to something more open is going to unlock something with this team? Because no disrespect, they're not overly fast. They're old, and they don't have a ton of skill. Would you agree with that?
And their bottom 6 forwards are not optimal.
Okay, what kind of bally word is that? Just say it. They stink.
They're bad, okay? They're bad. The PK is absolutely horrendous.
It's a new app you can download. It's called Bally Translator.
That's right. That's right.
Jesus.
Optimal. How about not useful? You like that one?
Wings off to suboptimal start.
I heard you guys talking about it. Like, they got the California sweep. So they win against Pittsburgh. So they go 1-2-1. The California sweep, Ducks, Kings, Sharks outshot them 104-63. Yeah. But yet all alone wants to tell you, it's not about shots. It's about grade A chances.
Actually, it is about shot creation.
You're not getting those either, though.
Look, Jeff, if you decide to do it, response has been great. People want to talk. I don't think anybody was nuts. Again, I don't know. I didn't feel a need to flip off or flip out at anybody. So it is what it is.
Yeah, we're going to do some Lions, too. I have a Lions question that I do believe has not been asked.
Whoa, what's that?
That's right. Yeah, well, I don't want to give it away just yet.
Okay, then.
I want to tease it. I think it's a great one. I think it's going to get great reaction, or it could be a total dud.
And listen, Rieger's flying solo, which means he won't get interrupted, and his monologues are really good. So stick around. Give him 7 or 8 minutes. If he sucks, call him and tell him about it.
That's right. By the way, thank you. And just so you know, big day for me today. For the 10th straight year, I catered my Thanksgiving supper. I went today. It's going to be ready the day before Thanksgiving.
I thought it would change with time, Rico. It hasn't.
No. It's only gotten better.
You're a disgrace. I take back everything I said.
I've just upgraded my catering.
He's like the Cubs fans. He embraces being a loser.
No, it's nothing loser about it.
We'll talk to everybody tomorrow at 2.
Delicious.
I'm going to be listening. Be on your game, will you please?
I'll see what I can do.
I'm only kidding. We'll talk to everybody